Okay, I believe we're now on the air. Hello there, welcome to Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. There are a enormous swarm line of severe thunderstorms trawling across France right now. Nothing in the UK yet, and we're expecting those to start arriving in about 2 hours or so, maybe a little bit less, that we'll start to see things popping up over the English Channel. Right now we're looking at the biggest thunderstorm that's currently active, 90. You see on the screen there, that represents 90 strikes per minute, 90. That is in France. Where exactly? I'm trying to figure out my French geography. It's near Le Havre, towards the northwest of Paris, and that will eventually be moving towards the Calais area. To put you in a little bit of viewpoint here, zooming out, this is how far all of that is away from anything over in the UK, and there is nothing currently over the channel, but that's something we're going to be watching out for over the next few hours. Soon I will be joined by people in our team. They're a little bit slow to start tonight. I mean, I guess we're starting a little bit early too. But if you do have any points of interest to direct us towards in the comments section, just send your message through as you watch this stream live. Now, because I am working pretty much on my own at the moment, I just need to put this out to socials, and then we'll be able to get more reach on this. But at the moment, as it stands right now, there is nothing currently going on over in the UK, but as I said, that is going to change soon. In the background, you can vaguely hear the sounds of the Force 13 garden up here in the northwest of England. I don't think we're going to be getting anything here, and we're considering whether it was going to be some maybe possible storm chasing for us. I've decided not to, personally. It's a very long way to go for something that may not exactly verify. Who knows how exactly it will verify? Of course, the Met Office have a yellow thunderstorm warning out in effect for large tracts of southern England, so that's something we're going to be watching out for very soon. So I'm just writing some tweets up right now as we begin our stream. It's going to start pretty slow, but things are probably going to ramp up quite a lot later on. You'll just have to observe my typing for a moment there, and we'll send that off. And if anyone is interested in joining our UK and Ireland team, it's quite a small team. I wouldn't say it's a new team, but people, I guess it's been a solo team just by me for quite a while, and we actually have a few more people joining the team now. So if that interests you, then please do get in touch, because we're hoping to do a lot more things like this as we move on into the future. And especially if you have points of view, maybe window webcams or things like that in southern England tonight, that would be very useful if you could offer us that. But for the time being, we've just got this map in front of us. I'm just posting some things off, and then I'll be back with you, and we can take some questions. We do all kinds of things whilst we're looking at this. Alright, we've got in the chat Donquavia Squintillion Storm Chasing, which is a great name. We've spoken before in Discord. They're going to their chase target soon, apparently. Hurricane Wilma says, will Dorset get another round of thunderstorms? As you hear a little wind gust in the backwoods in our garden there. We had some thunder last night and a significant thunderstorm this morning at around 10 a.m. Let me have a quick look there. Dorset. Yeah, I think possibly eastern Dorset could get something. And you can hear a bird nearby as well. lovely sounds of the garden filling us in there. Dorset, I think, is going to be close. Just trying to have another look. My guess... Oh, it's going to be really close for you. But actually... Wow. Just looking at latest Met Office, and it looks like the whole south coast is going to get stuff at this point. So, yeah, I think you will. It looks to me as though there's going to be storms at differing times tonight from Kent all the way to, well, the west of Dorset, even, the whole county. So, yeah, it looks to me as though there's going to be some widespread thunderstorms, a whole line across southern England tonight. So, we'll see how that develops. I mean, that was looking at latest Met Office forecasts, and these things are difficult to predict, aren't they? Alright, how's that thunderstorm in France going right now? It's really huge, this thunderstorm that was a 90 8 minutes ago. And excuse the possible time confusion. We've got UTC time on the bottom left hand side of our screen. Now obviously we're in our daylight savings, so that is an hour behind us, and the times that we're displaying on my screen is stuff that I can actively edit myself, so I'm showing the actual UK time there. And this system right now, this is quite phenomenal. I think the highest we've ever seen lightning strikes per minute was something like 160 or 190 or something like that in Lincolnshire. Of course, it's always Lincolnshire. And looking at this, I'm just trying to establish how many strikes per minute that is now. It's a lot. You hear some noise in the background as well, of course, the birds, but also some possible, I think it's wind noise. I highly doubt it's thunder noise. I mean, that'll be something else if it is. I really don't think it will be. We don't think we'll get anything like that here tonight at all. Just trying to figure out how much that is there. That is probably now 110. And some of you will remember these. It's too big to fit the box. So that's 110 strikes per minute at 10 past 6. I've not quite got the motion sorted out yet. I just threw these up very quickly. So that's around here. It's a very large thing too. And that is moving sort of that way, but it's sort of like a supercell. It's not just that, it's all this area going back around here that's delivering all of those strikes. So there it is. The one to the left hand side, which was a 30, also very elongated too in that sense. And that is... I'm trying to figure that one out as well. That will have gone down a little bit, approximately a 25 as of 6:10. Now, as I'm updating all of these, I won't be able to see the comments text, so I will get back to that soon. And that's moving up along the coast there, just northwest now of Montevilliers, I believe it is. And looking back, so let's just draw a circle around that one as well, because it's still affecting areas right down towards here. The map here does make things look big. It's a really close up. I think it's quite cool, but it does show things to be bigger and wider than you might expect when you normally look at a map. So just make sure you've always got your bearings with that. Birds sound happy in the background here. We had some sunny spells earlier, really warm. We have a bit of a sun trap in our garden, and even a little bit of sunburn actually. So looking further east, a new cell is setting up to the big one to its east. and that is already producing a fair amount of lightning strikes right now, probably about 300, which would make it 15 strikes per minute. 300 in the last 20 minutes, and that is a little bit further over. Yep, somewhere around here. That is very, I mean, it's currently over places like Brion, and moving towards that major river. What is that river? I think that's actually the Seine River there. So massive thunderstorms blowing up in that area. To the west, along the western coast, where that 15 was earlier, we'll just mark that as 1810. This 15, which is actually near the Channel Islands, so this is of some interest, UK interest, and that is now split into two. So you've got a 10 there, which is now hugging the French coast, well east of Jersey. Yes, I've got to do the colours too. Moving that northwards. So that is also moving sort of north-northeast as of 6:10, and then you've got the other one to its southwest still, which is sort of near Jersey, and that is currently also about a 10, rough estimate on that one. So things quite busy. I mean, there's loads more in other parts of France which aren't on this map. And just to the left over there, a tiny one near the western tip. It's been a long time since I ever studied French geography, so I've forgotten all of these regions, and actually I would say that's below level 1 now, so we'll take that off. There's just a few little strikes happening. So as of 6:10 p.m, the situation report, you've got these 5 big systems, one of them enormous, still all over France. Let's just take a look at some of the other areas. There is at least a level 7, 8 to the west of Chartres. There is around a level 5 to its east. But most of the real lines of storms are further south. Oh, there's the... I've just got a map that shows the regions now. That's really helpful. So there's quite a few storms in Centre Val de Loire. It's Brittany on the westernmost side that had that small area that's now not there. And then, of course, you have got... What's that?
Hello, Nathan.
Oh, goodness me. That was a bolt out of the blue there. We are now joined... Well, it was going to happen eventually. I knew it was coming. We've got our first member on board. We're joined by Tommy. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Nathan. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone watching.
Nice to have you with us. You're joining us from Northern Ireland. I don't think you'll be getting much there tonight, or am I wrong?
No, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting anything tonight, unfortunately, because I'm quite a big fan of Thunderstorms. But no, I think we're getting some tomorrow, though, so hopefully we'll be getting them.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to see that, and it would help clear the air out a bit.
Oh, is your air a bit stuffy, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of hard to breathe sometimes.
Ah. You're showing us some stuff right now, which is obviously very useful. Radar, is it, or is it? Looks like radar.
Yeah, this is weather radar, but it's also showing lightning strikes.
And you can, there they go.
Yeah, there's quite a few. in this cell that's sort of
Oh,
northwest of Paris.
that cell, well, there's 3 cells up there right now that are massive, really big numbers.
Yeah, they are pumping out quite a lot of strikes, and this one down here is also. I can't pronounce French names, but it's.
Which one's that? That looks like the one near Auxerre, is it?
No, this is the one near Chartres, I believe that's how
Oh,
you pronounce
right.
it. East of Chartres.
Right, those are the ones that I was looking at. Yes. Actually not showing a very high lightning profile on that one, but certainly you can see it on the radar that it must be producing some good rain rates.
Yeah, every one of these flashes is a lightning strike detected by the detection network in France.
And we can't quite make out that scale at the bottom left. What are those rain rates maxing out at in those storms?
Well, this is actually, I think that's DBC.
All right.
That's maxing out around 60-ish in this storm.
Impressive.
Northeast Paris, and again, it seems to be about 50 in this storm near Chartres, and the one to the west as well is about 50. This one over towards Granville is about 50 as well. So it seems to be the highest rain rates are in this main cell at the north, or in the north of the country here, where we're getting 60, upwards of 60 dBc.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's see if there's any updates on the latest lightning strikes as we cut back to me here. So the enormous storm that was 110 is about to cross the Seine near the coast, and that is still really, I mean, I don't even know what to make of that now at this point. It's just crazy.
It is quite an impressive cell.
It was 110. It's, I mean, just trying to estimate it here, really. That'll be at about, it'll have gone down. It has reduced in its lightning rate, and this is really the biggest detector that I'm using for how severe these storms are. It's not always by lightning, but it does make more of an impact in this side of the world, say, compared to, say, the US plains, because their lightning profiles are much different. They're all over the place. So this has moved on up. We'll say 80, but I think it could be much lower now. But we'll just put it at 80 for the time being. That's as of 20 past. It's still dragging with it that large shield of convection. It'll have shrunk a little bit by now. And we can annotate this, and this is basically what I'm doing, annotating all of this in real time. And then you've got the one to the east, which is now growing. So that one is around a... that would be 23 right now. So that is also becoming much more substantial. Moving up just a little bit. And it too has its own little area dragging dragging along behind it.
Oh wow, I have a map here on my screen if you want to switch to it that shows all of the lightning strikes and the detectors that they're setting off. Some of these lightning strikes in northern France are setting off detectors in North America.
What?
Yeah.
I'll be there in just a moment. I'm just...
That one set off one in Australia.
Oh, come off it.
No, some of these are actually setting off... Some of these strikes in France are setting off lightning detectors in Australia.
Well... Wow.
I don't know, but apparently they are. Some of the ones in some of the lightning strikes in North America are setting off detectors over here, and some of the ones... There's one triggered in Australia.
That can't be legit. It's Boulder Dash.
I don't know how this detector works, but...
Me neither.
It's apparently these strikes are detectable in Australia. But if we come into I have a close up here now. You can see that this is quite the history of strikes these storms have been producing.
Hmm.
Every one of these rings is a strike, so
Your
that's
screen's
quite
poor
insane.
quality, sadly,
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
we're
I'll see if
just
I can.
seeing pixelated bricks
Uh,
popping up.
see, let's see if I can. I'll see if I can boost the stream quality here. Nope, I can't apparently because I'm not with Discord Nitro. If you want, I can send you the link to
Oh,
this
that.
website.
Oh, I'm familiar with it. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back to that and see if we get any improvements later on. So, 8023 and what was 25, which is now leaving the coast of France near Etretat, I believe it is currently producing strikes, significant amounts. Just trying to figure that one out as well. It requires fast arithmetic skills to be able to do all of this in real time, I must say. Whether it's worth much, I don't really know, but this is just what we do. It's sort of like it's a crude indication of how strong these storms are. And that'll have gone up a little bit, 29 now at this point, and that's as of closer to 25 past now. So that's bringing with it all of that stuff, moving it on up a little bit, so it's now just leaving the coast there. That's the most advanced cell towards the UK. But it's still all the way back. It's got that shield with it. Moving towards the west again. And this is what will be happening throughout this evening. We'll be updating all of these in real time. This one was 10 strikes per minute earlier. That is remained about the same actually as it moves just a little bit inland. And the one behind it, I'm not sure what's happening with that. Seems to be fizzling out quite a bit. We're not sure yet. We'll put it down to 5. And those are as of 25 past. Off that one goes. There's been a handful of lightning strikes over Jersey as well. That is the southernmost Channel Island. And I'm just... because you never know, you might get some surprise little cells that pop up as they approach the UK coast ahead of these. But nothing like that has happened yet. But this is really the major... There's an ice cream truck. I knew that would happen at some point. Yeah, so there they go. I mean, it is that time of the year. They all want an ice lolly. 99. Ice cream. No? Okay. Yes, probably. I mean, I would, but no, I need to... I've had too many ice creams recently. If anyone's got any questions whilst we're on the air right now, do send us a message. There's been a few people just chatting in the chat section, and that's good to see. I know that one of our members, Joey, is there keeping an eye on things. Nice to see you there. But as of right now, if you were expecting UK impact by this point in time, then I don't know why, because really it's only going to be towards 8 o'clock. That's when the Met Office yellow warning kicks in, and then after that, well, it's in effect from 8 until 5 a.m, which I don't think we'll be here for the whole time. Unless we get some insane people on here to keep the stream running after I go to bed at about whenever it will be. Alright, Force 13 UK and Ireland live. We're still looking at everything here. People are sending me a few messages in private. Some interesting things going on there. Anything that you've noticed right now, Tommy, in terms of has the radar shifted any What is the most...
This
Hmm.
storm that is just crossing the Rhine seems to be
Is it the
slightly...
Rhine?
Yeah, I believe it is the Rhine. Or no, the Rhine is in Germany, isn't it? The
Yeah, I was
Seine.
going to
Sorry,
say.
it's the Seine. Sorry, the Rhine is in Germany. I'm getting my geography confused here. Sorry.
They're quite
Let's
similar.
If it was crossing the Rhine, I think we'd be a little bit off in our geography, but it seems to be slowly opening up a bit more into more of a longer system from north to south. Definitely isn't as active in terms of lightning strikes. You can see there is still some strikes going off. I think this ring around it is supposed to say where like the thunder would be audible, but it also, yeah, you can see that it's sort of, well,
They're moving in
radar
real
is
time, aren't they? Yeah, that'll be the sound waves travelling at the speed of
yeah.
sound.
I think the lightning strikes are real time, but the radar is slightly behind. Do I have any updated frames here? No,
It's quite cool. We would have also shown you live temperatures around the UK, but the thing I was using is broken, so I can't. But Tommy can look at that with the app there.
Yeah, I have the temperature map of the British Isles up now. Seems like the highest is around...
Not a fan of their colour scheme.
No, neither am I. Seems like the highest is around
20's got to look warmer than that. It's got to be a warmer colour than that.
Well, if I think if we go down into there, like that's...
Well, yes.
That's quite a bit... That's maybe a bit extreme when they're given...
Oh no, well, things do get burnt at 40 degrees Celsius, so that's about right. It looks like burnt toast. Anyway.
Yeah, it seems to be the highest over here is around 20, and the coolest is around 11 in the Northern Isles of Scotland. 11 up in Lerwick there.
A few more comments there. Dotty Scotty says, very warm there in Herefordshire. Seems weird. Is it rare that it gets warm in Herefordshire? I wouldn't really know. And the ice cream still doing the rounds in the background. It's not too late if you want to run for it. Now, let's take a look and see if we've got any changes to... I mean, the 29 there is the one that we're probably going to be watching most closely now, because it's the first one to leave the coast of France and probably enter the English Channel. So that one, is it still strong? It looks like it. Is it still a 29? It probably is. Again, I just have to do my calculations myself, which is quite difficult whilst broadcasting. It's gone down 1 to 28, but that's still very impressive. Basically, anything above 15 by UK standards is what you would call very impressive. And it's decided to break. So there you have it. Broken things, but it has moved up northwards a little bit. Oh. It's a nightmare trying to select all of the elements at the same time. But that's how we do it here. So there it is, moving up that way. We'll close that up just a little bit there. Now, the ones further east, I mean... they're really merging together, I suppose, and it's hard to say now whether it's whether it's 2 cells or whether it's 4 little cells now or what. But the eastern one, I guess, is still quite separate. And that one, what would that be right now? I mean, that's gone up quite a lot. That would be approximately a 30 at this point, as it continues to move up, just crossing the Seine now, or about to. It still hasn't actually yet, and it's crossing just around there, very close to Rouen now, and we'll still treat it as one. That 80 that we had earlier, that's still moving on slowly towards Iveto, which is literally just reached now, actually. So that area getting the most of those thunderstorms, and probably fair to estimate now that's probably down to 40. So that's gone down quite a bit.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that cell is not producing as much lightning as it was earlier on, because earlier on that thing was just absolutely throwing bolts left, right, and center. But it does seem to sort of weaken the bit, like you said, down to 40. I wouldn't say it's over yet. That cell is still producing lightning, but definitely weakening.
Now westwards. We're looking at this area here, east of Jersey on the French coast. That is still around a 10, moving inland a little bit more. It is very close to places like Saint-Sever-le-Vicomte. No idea on the pronunciations.
No, and eventually I'm not good with French pronunciations either.
Eventually towards Valognes. Although I am familiar with some of these places here. This is Normandy. I am funny enough familiar with some of these places because my family history goes back to the Normans. Good lord. And all of these places pop up, so I've become a bit better with French geography. Anyway, the 5 behind it, which is steering clear of Jersey. And these will be as of 25-2 now. Time really flies when you do this.
Yeah, it seems like that 10 is directly above the town of Port Vale.
Ah.
So Port Vale is probably getting quite significant rainfall and lightning strikes from that system.
So this is the main situation right now, and you can see these 3 massive systems. Well, what happens if they kept going in the same direction? Well, at this rate, that 28 strikes per minute one looks to be headed towards East Sussex, and the 40 and the 30 possibly towards Kent. But we do expect that things will... Well, I don't know actually if new things will form, but certainly the ones that are over Normandy, those are likely to be the ones that strike Hampshire, and further west, the ones that are over Brittany might rev up more later on this evening and then strike Dorset. But from what I was seeing on forecasts earlier, Tommy, Dorset all the way to Kent looks to be getting some significant lightning tonight. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. It does look like those are going to be the main areas where lightning is going to be most likely in Britain. As for myself up here, I don't actually think we're actually in any sort of warning for lightning, but like you said, it is going to be mostly areas of southeast England.
No, totally will be the south coast and the southeast. But right now, if you're joining us, you are early to the party. Things will only really get going for the UK shores in just over an hour, we expect. So I guess we're just keeping it pretty chilled at the minute. You can still hear the background noise from our lovely Force 13 garden. But just now, this is what we have. 3 major areas, and it's still all over France, but there's a lot of stuff behind that as well. I mean, Paris is going to get hit by some significant lightning in the next hour.
Yeah, it looks like the cell that is now southeast of Paris is now beginning to move up into that area, so the actual Paris metropolitan area will probably start seeing some more significant weather.
Yep, now the cell that's just leaving the coast looks like that one's really getting going. Just need to get some updated info. Oh, and actually, there's a new cell just north of Jersey. Whoops, where are we? Here we go. Oh, now it's this. What's it doing? Okay, so this area here, the island of Jersey there, the southernmost of the Channel Islands. Here's the next area. This has just decided to happen just north of Jersey. Low numbers. It is actually going to be not even a 2, it'll be a 1, so that's minor, 1 strike per minute there, but that's just happened at 6:35. But I was still trying to get a read on the one that was leaving further up the coast, and right now that is going to be a higher number. Yep, that will be a 35 now, moving north-northeast over water now, of course. Off it goes, and the area that it's leaving behind is sort of closing in a little bit. It's not as long as that. Let's close that in a little bit. So I know there might be some awkward silences, Tommy, from your end, because you can't hear my end, but we do have the nice little bird song in the background, which is sort of keeping things mellow here.
I think the only thing you'll hear on my end might be some children playing outside.
That's the time of year. Nearly. Well, we're not summer holidays yet, but I mean, good weather.
Getting close to it.
Right, so looking over the Seine estuary right now then, and it's still fairly busy. And that will be down, this is down quite a lot to 20, that's been halved. So that cell that we started with at the start of this broadcast at 90 is now down to 20. But it just goes to show how big 90 is when 15 is where we start our highest level, which is, well, we shade them in pink here, and you'd call it major or violent. Potentially violent. And then further south you've got the other area that's still there, very close to Rouen now, and that is massive. That's probably a 20 as well though, so that's actually gone down, which is quite surprising. So that's the current situation. Nothing's entering the British Isles yet, as expected at this early stage, but they are on their way. A few questions that are coming in here. Will there be thunderstorms around Limerick in Ireland? Tommy, what do you think?
Personally, I don't think Limerick is going to be in the path of these storms. There may be some rainfall, but I think they're too far north to see anything today.
A question about Whittle in Bedfordshire. Never heard of that. Where is that? Gonna have to look that one up. Whittle. There's a river Whittle. Oh, he meant little, didn't he? Joey. I think he meant little. Bedfordshire. Let's see what's on tap. Just looking right now, I would say they'll be much weaker by the time they get there. It'll probably be quite significantly decayed by then. These storms, by the time they get that far north, I don't think it's going to be that impressive. Basically, as always seems to be the case, London will probably be the cut-off point. Right, now then, there's more. Let's see, what about Bournemouth? Bournemouth, they could get some significant thunderstorms. I would say that's really the cut-off point for the main event. Bournemouth eastwards is my thinking ahead of this. So this event building with these areas of large-scale thunderstorms, and I think we've got an area off the coast of Brittany now that is enough to mark again. Only a one strike per minute occurring off the coast, and that is around, where's that? That's just over here near the very edge of our projection. As of 1:45. The area near Jersey, that's up to a 2. Not very much. But of course, if you are watching from the Channel Islands, hello. I've never actually met anyone from the Channel Islands. And moving over France, the lightning numbers dwindling a little bit, are they? Well, no, staying about a 10. But the one behind it has really ballooned up recently. It was a 5, and now you're looking at least a 15. So that is back to the highest level again. 15 there. And it's back to being coloured pink. There's a bird that's literally screeching in the background, which is curious. And that is
Signs of nature, ladies and gentlemen.
And the other one, much more inland now. There it is. Alright, very good. So, those are as of 1:45. Whoops. Look into the future there briefly. Why is it on that? Back further east. The main areas, that 35, which has left the coast of France and now slowly moving towards the British Isles. So our UK weather weenies are getting their radars going. Nothing. And that is not 35, and it's down to 24, but that's still substantial. And that has moved up a little bit further. I mean, at that distance, the crossing doesn't take incredibly long. A little bit. And there is a... yeah, that's enough to count as well. Another little cell. Just copying that one over. Near Fakehamp, which is just leaving the coast in the shadow of the big one. Where's that exactly? That is around here? No, where is it? Trying to make out that coastline. Oh, it must be there. So it really is in the shadow of that big one.
Yeah, it seems like that 24 that is leaving the coast of France now is making almost a direct path towards the point between Eastbourne and Hastings.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, yep.
Seems like that's going to be the first areas to see activity from this system.
And this 20 here, which is pretty much exactly over Iveto right now. And further to the south, that one there is just not moving very much. Just crossing the Seine still. It's at least a 20, it's hard to gauge. This is live right now. We're approaching 7 o'clock. And we're watching all of these lightning storms that are active right now. The biggest one producing 24 strikes per minute as we speak. Although at the beginning of our event there was one producing 90 strikes per minute. Nothing has struck the British Isles yet. A few flashes observed just on the northern coast of Jersey in the last hour. But apart from that, nothing on our shores yet. If you have any questions, do send them in, and it's nice to have you with us once again. And when things actually start happening here, then I'm sure we'll have some imagery and information and things will start coming in. But as of right now, it's remaining pretty quiet. We're just there's a lot of waiting around when we're just sitting here watching them trying to cross the channel. I don't know if anyone else will be joining us in the next few minutes on our team, but I'm sure our teams are going to be very busy doing all kinds of other things as well. For instance, there's a tornado warning that just started in Florida there. US team will probably be very busy today. We have teams all around the world. Joey wants to hear me sing 10 pints later and you might have a chance. That's the truth. But at the moment, that is not going to happen, ever. Live on the air. Terrifying.
10 million subscribers, maybe?
Ooh. 10 million.
You can't just go for 1 million. Maybe you save that for the best.
Hmm. I mean, I don't see the UK channel getting to 1 million anytime soon.
1.3k, so yeah, you're probably right.
At 1 million, I might do a Rickroll on any of the channels. If any of the channels gets to 1 million, then I'll do a Rickroll. And if it's 10 million, I will sing a heartfelt love song to Joey. Right? And who knows where we'll go after that. Coverage continues of several major thunderstorms that are occurring along the northern coast of France that are moving, well, a couple of them are starting to move out over the English Channel. Currently the 24 strike per minute one there that we're looking at closely. That's the one of most interest right now. And that is now 26 strikes per minute. Numbers that change all the time. Now I'm just waiting for it to load again. Temperamental software, but it does the job. Very adaptable, very flexible. So that's moving up that way just a little bit further. We'll call that 5-2. The one earlier, probably not enough to call it 1 anymore, so we'll remove that one again. The 20 that we have over Iveto, that is still there. No, now down to 19. Just edging very slowly towards the coast, these two. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if they're going to get there. They seem to be curving a little bit more than the others. And this one here is sort of all over the place. It's sort of over Rouen now at this point. It certainly won't be a 20 anymore. We'll call it 15 for the time being. So what we're seeing here is that these two appear to be dying off, and the 26 that's moving out is where the energy's going now. Is radar saying something similar?
Yeah, the radar definitely supports that 26 off the coast now becoming the dominant cell in this sort of line of 3. Although down to the south of it here, you can see there's very strong line of cells going across towards the Paris area there, and eventually onward towards Reims and areas like that. But it does seem like for UK side of things, it is going to be this 26 cell off the coast.
Yeah, we're not even covering those ones further south. It's off our coverage area, but there's one cell there that's a 35. Now, meanwhile, the ones near Normandy have been, well, the one that became a 15, that's blown up a lot as well.
Yeah, that's showing up on this lightning map.
You seen
quite
that?
Substantial amounts of strikes,
Wow.
yeah.
It would be great if my software would work so I can get it up on my screen. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty insane. So, it was a 15. We'll get onto that in a moment. First, let's look at the 10, because that one is diminishing. That one now is probably a 5, and that might be generous. So, that's 5. Moving up there. The one further out is still a 2. And it's just moving up there a little. Well, actually, it's a 3 now. So that's quite significant, sort of. But the one that was a 15, let's see, what's that one now? And it's still not at the coast yet. In fact, it's barely moved at all recently. That's quite insane. That's at least a 30 at this point. So that's doubled. 30, and that's the biggest one we've got right now in our coverage area, just east of Jersey. Now, moving along the coast further, off the coast of Brittany, the one there that's moving off the coast a little bit further, over the open waters now, up to a 2. And there is one to its east as well, that's just along the coast, just here. That's now a 1. I know you couldn't see that 2 just then. There they are. So that's right now. 2 more systems, and the full picture is quite a big one now. You can see all of that stuff happening. So we're currently keeping tabs on 8 different thunderstorm cells. And as always, if you've got some question for us, any questions for us, then just let us know. Joey wants us to do a hip hop song.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know about that. We could do a Force 13 rap one day.
Oh dear. Just don't ask me to participate. I can't sing to save my life.
Well, rapping isn't singing, is it?
Oh,
Oh,
potentially controversial statement
that's
there.
controversial. Ouch. Right. Okay. Let's stick to weather. This is what we do best. Still no signs of anything ahead of these lines of storms yet that nearing the south coast or anything to that effect.
No, it seems like there might be some rain, heavy rain in I've forgotten the name of it, Cornwall.
Oh, yep, some significant rain falling there. Let me just have a look on that myself. I'm just looking at the Met Office's updated graphics now on the forecast, and they are projecting that these current cells will be the cells that go on to impact the coastline. So there's not going to be any other surprises, I don't think. There might be one or two little things that try to form ahead of the big ones, but it is really going to be these ones that are the ones that become the ones that hit the UK coast. However, a caveat to that, Dorset. Met Office is going really big on Dorset by 11 o'clock tonight, and that stems from the little cells currently near Brittany, Tommy. So that's looking very interesting. Met Office wants Dorset to get thrashed at 11 o'clock. So
Some light show, I would imagine.
yeah, we'll see whether that transpires. But as of right now, yeah, you've got some light to moderate rain in Cornwall. The worst of it is probably near Launceston. And then just general showers, heavy at times, will be pushing through the rest of England. Wales, Ireland in the morning. And tomorrow's looking quite interesting as well, because it's showing some potentially thunderous showers over my area.
Yeah, I had heard that as well. That we were Northern Ireland was potentially going to be seeing something tomorrow as well.
If we get anything thundery here, then I'll be out filming it on the UK channel, so that's a great reason to subscribe. Oh, I did the plug. I don't do it often, come on. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. We're continuing to monitor these storms as they draw slightly closer to old Blighty. And Joey's not very happy when I mentioned my area. But right now, that's the latest, and we'll see if we can get some more updates. We've just reached 7 o'clock, so I'm not sure it's going to be in an hour's time. The warning's valid from 8 o'clock, but from what I'm seeing, I think this might have been delayed a bit, and we might be looking now at 9 o'clock for the proper stuff to start on the south coast. I think it could be around then.
Yeah, it does look like these cells have been moving slower than they were predicted to. Still some phenomenal levels of lightning strikes going on across northern France, especially in areas between. Some lightning strikes now on Jersey.
Oh, but for UK storm chasers, I'm saying that might be bad news, because these things, I imagine, are more likely to run out of energy over time, especially if they're moving more slowly.
Yeah.
I think the conditions only just reached the south coast. The conducive conditions. So the 26 has moved on a little bit. That's not quite as high now. 22 as of 7 o'clock. It's still got a decent dome with it, but we'll take that off now. It's shrunk a little bit. I've just removed the map. Hooray.
Oh dear.
Don't worry, it was a blink of an eye. It's all right.
Don't you hear it when you accidentally delete Europe, ladies and gentlemen?
You've deleted Europe. So this one here is definitely not a 19 anymore. That is probably down to only a 5. This is the one that was formerly a 90, now down to 5. Now, it's not to say it can't blow up again later, or that its energy will transfer maybe a few miles east or west, but for the time being, this one is pretty dead as of 7 o'clock. Had a good hour. The one that's over Rouen right now is not much better. Probably about
Oh, wow,
8.
it really has decayed.
Yeah, probably about an 8 there. That is just an estimate, really.
I was going to say, it looks like there might be something new beginning to form northwest of the 22 off the French coast.
Ah, that'll be interesting.
Still small at the minute, but it seems to be almost directly south of Brighton.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything yet, and we're going to get to the ones near Normandy now. Let's see how these ones are doing. Looks like the energy is transferred over here a good deal. The one that was a 30 on approach to the coast, we'll get onto that in a minute, but at the moment the one that was a 5, that's still a 5 actually, and is continuing to move actually almost northwards in the latest 10 minutes. That's as of 7:05. The one that was a 3, that's gained some momentum as well. That'll be a 4 now. And that is just... I mean, these are the ones that we're going to be watching for the 4 places like Hampshire and Eastern Dorset, maybe. And the one that was a 30, let's see how that one's doing now. Ooh, crikey. Even more, that's now 40. 40. So that's a massive lightning storm there that's just about to impact the coast. Or is.
Yeah, it seems like I was going to say, it seems like it is already moving over.
Yep.
Over Saint-Germain-sur-Plage. I believe I've completely butchered that.
Saint-Germain-sur-Plage.
That's it.
Plage, not plat.
Plage.
And that is beach in French.
Ah. You learn something new every day, I'll remember that.
It's the one of very few things I remember from my French classes. Now, the 2, which is over here, still moving up this way. The 1 there is now no longer necessary, but you are right, there is a small cell affecting Jersey itself right now, which we can put here, and that is probably just a 1, but still, there it is, moving up the coast. So that's a complex of storms there now. And to zoom out to the full picture, things getting quite busy on the North French coast, but nothing towards the UK yet, although I know what you're hinting at now when you're talking about that northwest thing. And when you look at the whole picture, and I don't know if you can show us, Tommy, but if you look at all of France, there's an enormous line now.
Yeah, it seems, I was going to say, it seems like there's a line stretching all the way from the Normandy coast right the way down almost to the border with Switzerland. And even in Switzerland there does seem to be some thunderstorms. But down in the south of France as well, or the southeast of France, there's some stuff going up near Bordeaux. But yeah, that line you were talking about, it does seem to pretty much go halfway across the country.
It certainly is. Let me just see how many lightning flashes there have been today in in the region. We're looking at about 30,000
Wow.
so far today. That is quite insane. Once again, you can hear the lovely bird song in the background. Sounds like they're getting a bit giddy in the Force 13 garden. We can show you visuals of that as well, but I won't be today. It's looking pretty calm. There's not much to look at out there today. Cloudy, overcast skies now, although earlier it was sunny for a good while. And that's how I got a little bit of sunburn.
It's been pretty clear here today, so it hasn't actually been that cloudy. It was nice and sunny earlier on, but it seems to be starting to cool down now.
Yeah, it'll be coming. Okay, let's see what else we have right now in the comments section. Not much. It's the Joey show in the comments section, it would appear. Right then, soon we will probably end up marking that next area that's just north of that 22 that's starting to cross the channel, but at the moment not yet. And it's just really revisiting these every few minutes and just marking them out again and again and again. Once they reach the UK, we'll have more information about exactly where they are and where they're going next, and we'll be able to get some pronunciations right for once. And then maybe some of our team members can start showing us some of what's going on if it strikes their area. Now then, let's go to the 22 for the next update. It doesn't look as impressive to me right now.
No, it does seem like that maybe slightly decreased in activity.
Yeah, down to 18, which is still above the 15 threshold, which makes it the highest category, potentially violent.
In fact, there we go. I was going to say it seems like my map had stopped showing lightning for a second there.
But that's moving on, yep. The one that was once a 90, as I keep mentioning, down to a 5. That's looking even more sorry for itself. That's now down to a 2. So goodbye. These are as of 7:10. And if you've just joined us, nothing's actually struck the UK yet, and that's what we expected. Although we think there is going to be a little delay in when they actually get to the south coast, maybe looking more towards 9 o'clock now. The 8 near Rouen down to a 6. Still substantial. And let's move to the ones in Normandy. There's lots of lightning strikes over that peninsula. Really busy over there at the moment. The one that was a 5, which is near Valogne and towards Cherbourg. Hard to say where that one's gone. It's sort of moved northwest really, or maybe that's just a different area that's now forming, or transferal of energy or something like that. It's a 2 there, so fairly weak, but obviously in the shadow of something a lot stronger. You have a plane in the background in our area here. The 4 reaching that tip of the peninsula now, a 5. So that's interesting. Everything's broken. Why did I make it yellow? It should be... oh dear.
Oh dear.
Colour schemes. Red. quite therapeutic doing this. Moving up towards the north-northeast. So 710. The one that was over Jersey, I think we can take that one off again. And the one that was 40, it's what everyone wants to know. Has it strengthened any further? At least on the lightning strikes? The answer would be no. Probably gone down just a little bit. 35 we'll have it down as. And that's moving in a fair bit. Further to the west though. This 2, which is way out west, that's back down. No, that's still a 2. But I just want to point out what the Met Office is showing in their latest forecast. I'm going to do some annotations. So you've got this mess here, which is then going to impact the southeast part of the UK. And that's going to be in the next 2 hours. We're expecting, yeah, you're going to get a decent deal out of all these. I'm not going to draw this again, I'm just going to move it. Over here you've got these systems. That is going to be, I would say, a decent event for all around Bournemouth, Poole, Southampton, Isle of Wight, Portsmouth. But over here, this one that's still only a 2 right now has the potential to be the biggest thing of the night, according to the Met Office, because it is demolishing Dorset by the time that gets up there at about 11 o'clock. According to the latest Met Office, and you know, they might not be right, because it's the Met Office, but UK weather is hard to predict.
Depends. If there's moisture in the air, you can pretty much say rain, but...
Well, it'll be rain. It'll certainly be rain.
You can pretty much wake up on any given day and say it'll probably rain somewhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is our lovely stereotype.
It looks like that 18 that is north of Feecamp is seemingly transferring some of its energy elsewhere.
Yes, I'm starting to notice this. There's a few strikes sporadically elsewhere, particularly
yeah, there's one to the west of it and one to the northeast of it. That's probably the closest cell we have to the UK right now, is that one to the northeast of that. Up here, there's no strikes recently, but that's probably the closest cell to the UK right now, and then there's this one and that 18 there.
Yep, I think we are about ready to mark it as well, the one to the northwest. It is only a 1 at this point, but we are going to mark it.
Ooh, some more strikes there.
Get a better indication of where exactly it is on our map. So it's just up here. That's about the right location. So that's now the closest one to the UK. Eastbourne, are you ready? It's headed that way.
Yep, seems to be heading pretty much directly for Eastbourne at this moment in time.
Looking further south at the 18, I think that is still weakening.
Yeah, I would agree with it too. That it looks like that 18 is starting to weaken. There is still
down to a
lightning
7.
strikes. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And dreams will have been shattered just there.
Never know what these storms could do. It could pull something out of its hat and go. But yeah, it does look like that 18 is now weathered quite a bit.
So the one that was a 2 just about to leave the coast, that was once a 90. I don't think I can trace that anymore. So that's gone.
Is this the cell near Rouen?
No, that was the other one. The one near Rouen right now is probably still a 6. Move northwards ever so slightly. It's at 7:15. There are massive cells coming in from the south, though.
Yeah, there is quite. It is quite ridiculous the amount of.
I think we can
cells.
actually show them on our map. So further south, you have an area here. Just trying to familiarize myself with the geography. There's a cell somewhere around here, and it is enormous.
Yeah, this cell that is sort of slightly northwest, west northwest of Paris is just going absolutely nuts right now.
So that one there is 52. And I'm gonna leave these on the screen because it might be quite important when in reference, because that's where a lot of the energy is already. And there's another one next to it, which is it's quite close to Paris.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some strikes now occurring in the Parisian suburbs.
About a 40 there. And then yes, another area. A 3. Closer to Paris. And I think they're moving pretty much due north. So fascinating stuff there. Further west then, let's see what's happened. The 35 I think isn't as big, but the one that was a 2 has been blowing up near Cherbourg right now, and that is now, let's see, this is strikes per minute, by the way, for those who are confused by all the numbers. This is how we're sort of characterizing all of these systems. And that will now be a 6.
Yeah, so that's still over Cherbourg. I would give it a 6 as well. It does seem to be slightly strengthening.
So that's 6 strikes per minute there, which is also quite impressive, especially when it's done all that over land. The one that was 35 earlier, that's a while ago, and it's dying off quite a bit. It's now all the way down to a 10. We'll move these northwards a little bit. Up there you go. So again, it's almost like pulsating with energy in all of these different places. They're coming and going pretty quickly. And the one that was a 5 to the northwest there is now a 6, so still a similar number there. I'm just trying to keep all the numbers in check. And there it is moving north. Okay, further west, the one that was a 2 near Brittany, that's gone and fizzled out again as well, so we've not got that designated now. So we're left with these, and I must say at this point, Tommy, to only have a 10 being the strongest one that's bound for the UK at the moment, I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe this situation could bust on us, which
Oh, we said the B word.
could be a disappointment, unfortunately. But
B
at the
word
moment
has been said.
it does seem like there is some small cells. So there probably is gonna be some thunder and lightning across Southeast England somewhere. But whether it's these major cells is starting to become a question that needs asking.
Alright, some comments here. Rain is starting to fall again in Ashford. Thanks for joining us from over there. Ashford's in Kent, I believe. Catboy Ikane says, I love how Force 15 HQ is marked on the map. Yes, this map was made in 2015 by me, and I've not updated it since. And that's when Michael Scott ran Force 15, which was a some sort of offshoot branch, and that was a bit silly. But Michael, that's basically Michael's house. He lives in Hampshire, so well, if he catches wind of this, he might be tuning in, and he might come try to get on those streams. So we'll see about that. Does anyone have any idea of what type of lightning we're expecting to see? That's a question from Mike. Example, positive strikes, etc. Any idea on that, Tommy?
Nope. I don't know what type of... I assume this is cloud to ground lightning. In order to be detected, it would probably have to be cloud to ground, but I wouldn't be too knowledgeable in that.
No, they don't have to be cloud to ground to be detected. They can be anything. In fact, the vast majority of them won't be cloud to ground. In my experience with cells like these, a lot of them are cloud to cloud.
Yeah. Cloud to ground positive strikes according to Joey. Oh, they're the minority ones. Sorry.
I mean, I've seen. They tend to be more sporadic and more out of the blue usually. I remember back in 2015 there was one event where there was a massive cloud to ground lightning strikes near here. But with these big ones, it is much more likely to be cloud to cloud. Because cloud to ground ones, sometimes you can get those. It's just one strike a minute, and it's just random. I don't really know much about how all this lightning stuff works, but that's my experiences. So you can take that or leave it, I suppose. Let's see if we're just getting an update right now with the latest new information. The cells in the eastern part of the channel just seem to be falling apart. The two ones that are over Normandy right now, they're looking interesting.
Yeah, it seems like that cell that is now just moving offshore north of Cherbourg is maybe slightly diminishing? Or, yeah, it looks like it really is slightly weakened.
The screeching bird is back again.
There's two cells here. There's one that is now moving between St. Anne and the tip of the peninsula here. But there's some over here in the eastern part of the channel. It does seem like these cells are kind of now becoming sort of a sprawling mess. There's no really distinct chord in them anymore, and that area that was here has seemingly just died.
Yeah. Just looking some things up right now, but things looking pretty quiet at the moment.
But it does seem like it is the storms around Cherbourg that are going to be the main event at this moment in time.
Oh sure, that's the main thing right now, unless you're looking towards Paris, but along the coast certainly. Alright, so it's getting more difficult to track what's going on further east, but let's get onto it. So we had that one earlier that appears to have briefly emerged, and I don't think we can classify it anymore because it's gone. So off it goes. Then we had the 7 next to it, which was doing well for a while. That appears to be diminishing something awful. That's now down to a 2. Oh, there goes some like more Storm Chasers hopes going up in smoke.
Yep.
Sorry about
Seems
that.
like the best hope right now are these cells near Cherbourg.
That's moved on just a little bit. Getting on for half past now. So let's go back south. Anything else forming behind it? The one near Rouen, that is also fizzling out. Goodbye. Down to a 3. Not good. So that's going back to the blue colour scheme.
Seems like we maybe have another cell beginning to form near Jersey.
Ooh, we'll come to that in
One
a
here, maybe.
moment.
Just starting to get its feet underneath it.
Now, the big ones down there earlier near Everu to the east, still very big. In fact, possibly bigger. Yep, that's 59 now. The second highest we've seen today. As of
Yeah, it seems like
7:30.
these cells that are now sort of moving. There's one here moving northeast of Versailles. Seems to be. They seem to be the most powerful cells in this whole system. There are some smaller cells, but for the UK. Oh, right as I say that, it seems like those cells off the coast and the channel are maybe starting to make a comeback.
What?
Yeah, there's quite a few lightning
Oh
strikes
god.
there south of Chichester. Chichester?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, if you come to my screen, you'll see that there is now starting to see.
Sorry, I'm
starting to
just
see
updating
more.
all this. We'll get there in a moment. There's just a lot going on. I see what you're looking at. We'll be there in a moment. But just moving on to Cherbourg right now. That one's really blown up. That is now a 10. Although I think it's borrowed some energy off the one to its south. And the font's all over the place. Further south, that one's really small now. Probably just better to get rid of it. But there's a 10 there leaving Cherbourg. Jersey, there's a few little strikes, but not much.
Yeah, what I thought was maybe starting to get its feet underneath it is kind of not. So it seems like it might have just. Well, that one seems to have fallen to bits, but this. I'm surprised by these cells that are started to cross the channel. They are starting to maybe make a comeback.
Alright, back to the one that is in the channel. We've marked that 2. No, that's the 2 familiar. But there's another one that you were talking about that is now a 3. Just trying to figure out where exactly. This is somewhere around there. So that there's a 3. And you can see it's pretty much midway over the channel. So that's interesting. And yeah, we are seeing a few more flashes going on near the 2 that's to the east there. So it's not over yet.
No, it does seem like some of these cells maybe might just make it. But I would keep focus on these cells near the ones near Cherbourg, because that's the one that seems to be producing the most lightning at this moment.
A question we've received: when storms cross the channel during the summer months, do they tend to survive more? I'd say general rule of thumb is yes. Just because there's more heat, really, and energy. You're seeing on Tommy's screen there all of that lightning.
Yeah, these are the two cells. They're sort of north and northwest of Cherbourg.
Hmm. Coming back to my screen now. I believe Christian will be joining us soon, after he has dinner. I had mine before the stream. And
Yeah,
yeah,
same
that
here.
that 3 is growing now. It's a 4 now, so that's something to watch there, I think. Still, in general, it's fairly quiet in the channel. And the one further south, west, well, to the west of Paris, near Évreux, 65. So that's where probably the biggest action in Europe is right now.
Yeah,
Or
seems like
maybe
the
not
cells
actually. There's an area near, well, to the south of Paris, near Fontainebleau, which has got, I don't think it's as much, but it's still a big cell.
Yeah, and there's still quite substantial cells down near near Bordeaux. There's currently one cell that is quite active in that area near Jurgenac. I believe that's how you pronounce that. My French pronunciations are terrible, so I apologize for those. And Champagne at Fontaine seems to be getting a cell as well.
Okay. Things certainly getting curious here.
The Cherbourg cell is still producing quite a lot of lightning.
It is, that's gone up a lot. It was a 10 before, now let's see what it is. That is up to 18. So that might be your one to watch now. We've said that a few times.
Yeah, we've said that a few times, and then they've kind of gone sort of fallen to bits. The few in the channel that were quite active are, well, they're still active. There is still some strikes happening south of Hastings, and south
Huh?
of Hastings, south of Eastbourne.
Really?
Yeah, there's a small area of strikes has been occurring in that area. I don't know if it's able to be marked, but having watched, I think these strike markers on my screen last for about a minute, so
We're just charting the progress of these in real time. It's literally me annotating, really, isn't it? And these cells continue to move onwards. Lots of small amounts of lightning to the east of that too, but we can't mark that. Not really
yeah,
able to mark that yet.
it just seems to be coming in bursts more than
Mm.
a sort of long-lived cell that would continue to leave a long trail, but there is still some lightning there. Nothing occurring actually in the UK yet. I've sort of
No,
been keeping an eye on that.
we've been here for nearly 2 hours and still no flashes within 20 miles of our coast.
Again, I think the closest area where there has been lightning recently is this area, the two south of Hastings.
Let's go back to your screen for a moment there. Radar
See
right now.
small area here. This is probably, you can see these two cells. near Cherbourg are just going absolutely nuts. But this is probably the area where the lightning is closest to the UK at the minute.
Is your radar out of date?
I believe slightly. Yeah, 7 minutes out of date. But I'm more focused on using this map for where the lightning is occurring rather than where the rainfall is.
Right.
See there, another burst of strikes near Cherbourg. Yeah, that cell that is off the coast north of Cherbourg is still just, it's going nuts.
Oh my. Another Met Office forecast update is out from 7 o'clock. It has a lot of action for the coast in Dorset and towards Hampshire. Quite late. You're looking at the real event starting at 10 and running through till the early hours now. For Kent and Sussex, there's a little event starts at 10. I'm just looking here. I don't think anything happens until 10 o'clock for the UK coast now. When initially we were looking at 8. I could have travelled down there after all.
Yeah, it does seem like it has kind of slipped quite a bit. The cells are obviously not moving as quickly as Met Office thought they would be.
Still making progress. The one leaving Cherbourg though, massive. That is now, what is that? Go back to my screen here. Level 23, so that's really growing.
Yeah, it seems
23
to
strikes
be
per minute.
probably the biggest cell we have right now, at least over the channel.
And to its west, was a 10, now back down to 8, but still there. These are all at 740. As we hear the soothing bird song in the background, continuing. Now one at Rouen I think we can completely take off now. And you've got those enormous ones down towards Paris. And you can see on even the satellite imagery the Paris metropolis itself, just to the right of those storms. Those numbers have gone down somewhat. I'm just trying to figure out what this will be now. Down from 65 all the way to 33.
I'm just keeping an eye. There is some smaller cells continuing around the French coast.
Ah, the coast.
Marking. There's one that's now east of Granville, seems to be south of Jersey, seems to be maybe starting to wake up, and then there's some small areas of lightning off Brittany. There's one there that does seem to be becoming quite active up the coast.
Zooming back out to the full picture right there. That is the UK and France, the English Channel. And still, as it stands just now, no lightning or thunderstorms or any storms over the British Isles yet.
No, but they are slowly getting closer.
Indeed. Let's get some more comments and questions there. Hello, is this heading towards the Midlands? It won't really do much there.
Yeah,
They'll have
no, it
weakened a
doesn't
lot
seem.
by the time they reach the Midlands. But
Yeah,
North Midlands in particular, look out tomorrow for possibly some isolated thunderstorms. And Mark is checking in with us as well in Worthing. Nice to have you there watching our stream. Worthing, of course, I think is just west of Brighton. Yep.
yeah, it is.
So that's going to be another area you'll be watching closely tonight, I think, with these systems moving in. Now, a third cell has introduced itself in the middle of the two that have just left Normandy.
Yeah, I did notice that.
It's only a small one. 1 strike per minute. Whether it's indicative of anything, I am not sure yet. But there it is nonetheless. So this is our live situation right now. It reminds me of like plotting military movements on a board. All of these things. Thunderstorms moving across it's an invasion moving across the channel.
Yeah,
But
very slow invasion.
it's in real time. What do you expect? We've got the 23 there. There's still a strong thunderstorm, and I would say that number is still increasing as well. Yep.
Yeah, I would say the cell that came north of
28.
Cherbourg is still. There is a cell off the Brittany coast, north of Terluan, which is starting to really get its act together, I think.
Where?
Terluan. It's off the. I think that's how you pronounce it. North of Brest.
Right.
The other side of that peninsula of Brest, there seems to be a kind of wide area where there seems to be quite a lot of strikes going on.
Yeah, I'm able to see that. We'll keep monitoring that. So, currently 7 storms on our display right now. But still, none of them are affecting the British Isles yet. They're slowly getting closer.
Yeah, again, it seems to be the closest is that 2 and 3 and the. I don't even know if you consider those. But they are still probably the closest.
Dominic says hello from County Durham. Hopefully we'll get some storms this year. It was a bit hit and miss last year. It is. I think you'll get a lot of hit and miss years up there. Still can't fully rule out some sporadic thunderstorms for County Durham tomorrow and all along the east coast from Yorkshire northwards and maybe a little bit further south than that as well into Derbyshire. So we'll see. Let's go back to your radar for a moment.
Yeah, you can see these areas here. There's a small area east of Granville.
Yep.
And then there's this area off the Brittany coast. But again, the main focus of these storms is off Cherbourg, and even then these storms look like they've maybe started to weaken a little
Oh
bit.
dear.
There's something going on the English Channel. It just seems to weaken these storms.
We're hearing from commenters that it's gone really humid in the Midlands, and I imagine that's probably the case over here as well in the northwest. I think I'm feeling it a little bit. Alright, let's see if anything has changed with all of the active storm cells. So the one that was a 2, it's hard to tell whether that has split into 2 or not. Maybe you can see for us, Tommy, there. I think it... Just looking on your screen.
What cell is this?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I would say that is 2 different cells now. So we're going to split it up into a 1. This is now coming up to 10 minutes to 8. You've got that 1 there, which is continuing to move towards our shores, and 1 just east of it, which will be a 2, very close by, just around there. Fairly minor. The one that was a 3 earlier, that's back down to a 1. So not much happening with these just at the moment. The enormous ones that were down in the Paris area, I don't even know what to say on that one because there's lightning everywhere. We'll call it a conservative 20. And it's moving along northwards, just about reaching the River Seine as well. The one that was a 6 nearby, that's still around 2. As we listen to our excited birds chattering in the background, that's down to a 4. It is like being in the garden. I think it's quite relaxing. As we watch these distant storms. So those have died down a lot.
Yeah, it does seem like those ones near Paris have sort of weakened. The cell off Cherbourg is still there. The 3 cells there they're all still there.
Yes.
Maybe started to weaken just a tad.
So the one that was 28 now down to 24. And that's moving even further out now. So if it goes, the one that was a 1 in the middle of the 2, I think that's going to be more than that now. I've just got to reload this. Oh yes. Yep, that is now a 4. So off it goes. These are all at 7:50 p.m. including that one over there. And the one that's an 8 to the west, that's back up to a 10 again. And behind all this, looks like we've got some more activity. Yep. Southwest near Granville.
Yeah. I've been keeping an eye on that cell for a little bit. It does seem like there is some activity
So there's a
continuing
2.
down there, moving maybe up again towards Cherbourg and areas like that. Could see another cell from that.
A 2 right down there. And then the one off Brittany that you were looking at earlier, that is a 4. Just about to mark that one. right over here. It's important to look over this way because these could reach the southwest, and Dorset is actually off the map a little bit. That's a 4. And it's broken. Yep, that one's completely broken. So,
comment from Trainspan21. It is like a race.
A race, yeah. Well,
it's like a race to see which storm will be the first one to touch us.
Yeah, it's a good comment. But then you'll just get one that just decides it's going to form as it reaches the coast, so that it's cheated and it's just at the finish line right at the beginning.
Yeah, I am keeping an eye on the areas along the coast to see if we get anything, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like the most recent close storms are the ones off Cherbourg. It seems like those I don't know, maybe not those. I was gonna say those 2 and 1s south of Hastings were maybe starting to die away, but they're still out there.
I think at this
not nearly
point,
as active.
It is fair to say that these are struggling across the channel, aren't they?
Yeah, when I saw the setup for this, I was not expecting them to struggle this much. Especially considering the Met Office yellow thunderstorm warning goes into effect in 10 minutes, and there's...
Yep.
Well, the closest thunderstorm is halfway across the channel.
I think it could still rev up quite quickly, though, and out of nothing.
No, it absolutely could. It's just going to be a case of wait and watch, I guess.
Force 13 UK and Ireland live, currently waiting. Send in your comments and questions live on the air for us. Joey said that there's rain on shore Halsham now. And that there's a storm east of Brighton. What some people are saying.
I don't see any lightning. There is some rain east of Brighton in areas like Eastbourne, Bexhill, Hastings, Battle, areas like that. There is some rain, but there's no lightning strikes have been recorded there on this map. At least there might have been some lightning strikes. I don't know. They may not have appeared on this map.
I've not seen any yet.
No, neither have I. I haven't seen any strikes out of this Eastbourne area yet. And it seems like the closest is still that small area producing south of Hastings. You can see that seems like it's the closest area, but that seems to be slowly withering away. Meanwhile, the cells near that have moved off Cherbourg are still quite active.
Okay.
Someone saying 5 strikes east of Brighton. Nothing that I can't really see anything there yet. It's not appearing on either of my maps.
We'll wait and see. I haven't seen anything either. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, it wouldn't be super surprising if there was some strikes in that area, but they aren't appearing on this map, so...
We don't put any of our icons on the map though until we get 20 strikes from one of these cells. Right then, let's see what's happening now as we get up to 8 o'clock. Latest update. So I think we're going to get rid of the left hand side one there and keep the right hand side 2.
Yeah, that seems right.
That's still moving on a little bit further, but that one is still some way from the coast. There is a 1 that has sprung up inland in France near Abbeville here, and further south the one that I killed off earlier has sprung up again, the one that was near Rouen, now north of there. And
yeah, that one does seem to be producing low level strikes.
Is now a 2. Just got to position it. These are all at 8 o'clock now. That's UK time, of course. If you're watching in France, it's only partial coverage of your area on the UK channel. It's mainly for UK interests, of course. And that one that was a 20 earlier is now down a lot. Did I count that right? Oh, to a 16. And the one to its east, again, hard to say on these, but that one's actually back to 15. Although it's getting quite difficult to count them all as part of one cell or 2 cells or loads of different things. That's moved up there. Can't type. And there's one near Paris actually right now, just to the north of the city. Only a 2, but we'll stick that on here as well. It's around here. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. If you have any questions or observations are going to become very important very soon. Send us a message in the chat feature. Loads of stuff going on now. The one that was over the mid-channel earlier, that's gone, but replaced by another one which is to the west and quite close, relatively speaking, to the Isle of Wight. There it is. The 24 that was leaving Cherbourg, let's see what that's on now. That'll be 17, so that's gone down a bit, but still fairly strong. The one that was a 4 next to it, I would say that's still the same, but it is quite hard to tell. You can just hear the birds starting to chill in the background here at Force 13 HQ. And the one to the left looks to be bigger now as well. $16.
Oh, we have our first recorded strikes on this map in the UK.
Ooh.
North of Hailsham, we have 2 strikes recorded.
Ah. So it's hit home.
Seems to be. You see those 2 strikes north of Hailsham.
Just leaving it on your screen for a moment there. There's another one that we've just marked to the southwest of Guernsey. And the one that we had to the west of Granville, that's now much bigger as well. That's now a 7. That seems to be moving more northwards. So, 8 o'clock, that's when we said that things would start to get more interesting. And it appears we might just be getting that.
Yeah, there's been a couple of strikes there.
With a couple of stray lightning strikes affecting the UK now. Sussex, I believe. East Sussex.
Yeah, that seems about right.
There's our wide view right now of everything that's going on. This is all lightning strikes for those who've just joined us. Strikes per minute in each different cell displayed on this map. My name's Nathan Foy. I'm joined by Tommy here in Northern Ireland and also the birds of the Force 13 garden.
The official Force 13 birds.
Something like that. So far there's been probably a lot of lightning strikes. In the last 2 hours there have been about 30,000.
Yeah, that seems about right again.
More.
All over the continent.
More than that even.
Oh, some more strikes in the channel there. Quite a large amount of strikes in the channel there. South of Dungeness.
Ah. There it is on our screen there, on your screen.
This area here just popped up. You can see up here, that's where those 2 strikes were before that we reported north of Hailsham.
And
then there's those 2 cells still continuing. This is the cell that went through Cherbourg, and this is the cell that developed off to its east. No, sorry, to its west. Sorry. So that's still producing lightning.
Let's get some more comments. There's just one there about how bad is Cornwall going to get hit. Well, Cornwall's received quite a bit already today. I don't think it's going to get much worse than that. It's not...
Yeah, I would imagine probably some heavy rain. You can see this area here still moving over the Cornwall. Most of the lightning strikes though seem to be moving in a northeasterly direction. Well, maybe you could see something from this small area near Brest.
And Zero just said that they're guessing not much for Northern Ireland.
No, not much for Northern Ireland tonight. It'll be tomorrow, Northern Ireland. Get some stuff.
And Northern England, which is where I am, so for all us Northerners, we'll be onto it all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Looking at the wide shot then, which we still have on our screen. It would be nice if the thing would load for me at all. Here we are. It's hard to get a grasp of where that 2 is going that's right over the channel, because you're now getting readings or lightning strikes to the east of it, which is what you were pointing out earlier, Tommy.
Yeah.
So it's now going to have to be placed there. So that's quite odd to see that. The area near Abbeville I think we can take off. Further south you had that 2 near Rouen, and that's still very much there. And there's stuff forming in behind that as well. Oh, no, actually that's what's left of the big ones. Those big ones, I mean, I'm not bothered about any of these anymore.
Yeah, it seems like...
So I'm taking them off. I don't want to track them. If they emerge over the channel, we'll start. But till then...
Doesn't look like they're going to. It seems like the cells that were near Paris have started to weaken. There's one small one southeast, one southwest. Not really much of a threat to the UK.
The one that was a 17 near Cherbourg, continuing to move out over the channel as well. How big is that one now? Just trying to find that out. Probably down to 12. Still significant, but not as much. Still very significant if you find yourself under it, so... The 4 that we had, that is down to a 3. Trying to highlight just that. Don't think we'll get away with it. These all as of 10 past 8, which is coming up just now. The 16 was the stronger one to the west. That will be a 10. So once again, for most of us, we're still waiting to see any action. There's been small amounts of action in East Sussex, with a few lightning strikes near Hailsham, which, as someone said in the comments, was very aptly named. The 7 down there near Jersey, a 5, weakened a little bit. The 2 that was southeast of Guernsey, that's still there as well. That's a 3 now, and that's moved up just a little bit. And to the southwest off the coast of Brittany, I know you can't see the number, but it is a 2 as it slowly gets onto our radar screen. Alright. So, not many big cells, right? You know, sizable cells, but they're not huge crossing the channel. I've seen much bigger ones in my time, so... Well, we're just watching to see what happens, and I guess that this is the... I hesitate to say possibly the quietest point of our stream so far, as most of the cells are now at sea and not really over land.
Yeah,
and so that leaves us with very little to do.
Yeah, it seems to be this small cluster of cells near Cherbourg is still producing. The small cell which moved near Granville is also producing. There are also some small lightning strikes happening east of Jersey, or west, sorry, keep getting those confused. And I haven't seen any
said
more.
A moment ago, oh bug off. Just thought I'd bring that to everyone's attention. And another comment saying, I know this is a UK stream, but the GFS model shows a hurricane peaking at 976 millibars on the west coast of Florida on Tuesday the 24th. Watching it closely on the Force 13 main channel, we cover tropics over there for those who don't know. And that's where we all started, on the Force 13 main channel. Much larger channel than this UK one, but I'd like us to get there. I mean, I run all of it, but obviously being UK based, it would be nice if we could do more on our side of the planet. But yes, we'll be watching that. And if it does become a hurricane, then great. Not very great. And Hurricane Wilma 25L telling us about a storm that's formed from nothing to the west-southwest of Alderney. I think I can see it. There's a lot of dotty lightning flashes going on across northern France now. What a mess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's becoming a real mess over there.
That's looking more like an American outbreak almost, over there on the right.
Yeah, it's that line that's going pretty much from Dieppe all the way down to Dijon.
Horribly confusing.
There seems to be 3 cells lining up in northern France. It does almost look like an American thunderstorm event, but obviously not as severe.
Yeah, indeed. Any info as to how many miles per hour these systems are traveling? I am not sure, but I'll try to find out. Making some estimations. Say the ones that left Cherbourg, I mean, it was over that area. When was that? Getting windy here at Force 13 HQ. So an hour ago it was just reaching Cherbourg, and now you see where they are now. So I would say that the movement in 1 hour has been approximately, and this is very approximate, about 40 miles. About 40 miles an hour.
Is it just me, or is this Cherbourg cell starting to maybe weaken?
Well, you've said that before. I don't think it is.
Maybe it's just becoming larger, it's more spread out, it just looks like it's weakening instead of being all clumped together, you know?
Yep.
That seems to be
8.
what's happening.
Let's go back to our main screen again and see if there's anything else that we can change. So the one that was a 2 over there in the eastern part of the channel down to a 1 hasn't moved very much at all. So Kent probably waiting a little bit longer. The one that was northeast of the main 12 cell, that isn't really there anymore. So we'll remove that. It might be 2 cells, but we're going to treat it as 1, the middle one. The leading part of this cell has moved on quite a lot. Getting pretty close to the Isle of Wight now. That is, however, probably only a 1 actually. So that's a 1. What was a 12, the Cherbourg cell earlier. That is still decent. I'd say it's probably holding on to 12. And its leading edge has moved on quite a bit too. Just moving it on up there. So it looks like that is headed for the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, that 1 in the middle there is seeming to be heading towards Isle of Wight and possibly Southampton or Portsmouth after that.
And the one on the left is still a 10. So interesting. once again there. Further south, the one near Granville.
Yeah, it seems to have moved north and almost split in half.
I don't even know. We're
There's a
going to
lot
give
of
it an
strikes
8.
going on. Oh, near Aegon, Coutinville, and then way offshore, there's areas where there's a lot of activity happening there.
Oops. The one near Guernsey, you didn't see anything just then, is now 2 2s. The other one just to its north. And the one well to the west is still slowly getting itself on the screen. Oh, there it is. But it's actually not a 4, it's only a 1. These all as of 1:15.
Yeah, a lot of these cells, it seems to be the main focus of the cells is near or north, still north of Cherbourg, although that seems to be opening up and widening. You do have this area near north of Granville and some sporadic strikes across this whole area. There is some sporadic lightning strikes happening between the shores of Britain and the shores of France.
The 8 PM forecast has come out from the Met Office. So they're picking up on the cells. The Cherbourg cell, they're expecting to clip the east coast of the Isle of Wight just after 9 o'clock. They're also what was that? I think that was a car and not lightning in the background there at Full 13 HQ. And on the right hand side, give us a fright there, towards East Sussex and Kent, the system that we were looking at earlier, that one, Met Office thinks that's going to blow up to its west actually in the next hour and strike East Sussex and Kent at about 10. The other things, it's actually the stuff near Guernsey, those 2 lots of 2 right now, that they're expecting is going to be something big for Dorset, but they've backed off what they were saying earlier, I've got to say. So I suppose the bust scenario is still in play, looking at this.
Yeah.
South coast of Cornwall too. They're on for something too, I think.
I wouldn't say that it's busted just yet, but
no.
it does seem to be something that could be happening. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm just saying that a bust is back on the table where it was going away.
And I may not even be here for whenever these cells actually start to make their runs at us.
Well, you have to go soon, don't you?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. So at about 10 minutes I should be heading off.
People are saying so far, disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, the Met Office were really expecting things to get going about 20 minutes ago, but things have been very slow to start. They could pick up later on, I don't exactly know, but there is still some cells active out there. The Cherbourg cell is still active, and so is the one that's closest to the Isle of Wight, and then those 2 near Guernsey.
Ooh. Wait. That wasn't as interesting as I first thought. Yeah. I don't know. You're seeing a few things starting to bubble up, but not much organisation out of all of this stuff right now.
No, it does seem to be very scattered. Quite a few strikes now in the cell north of Granville.
Getting a bit windy again.
North northeast of Coutances. I get to pronounce that.
RCJ just said biggest downpour of the year so far for us in Kent, so I wouldn't call it disappointing. Good for the garden at least. How's Kent looking right now?
Yeah, there's some rain across.
It doesn't look like there's much going on in Kent, so I don't know where you are, whether it was earlier today, but right now it doesn't look like there's much going on.
Most of the rough weather seems to be in this area, from Brighton to Ashford and up towards Canterbury.
Mostly East Sussex there in the big rain area.
Quite a lot of rain up in the areas near Norwich and Ipswich.
Oh, I said it was
there's
about...
a lightning strike. There's some lightning strikes like kicking off near Braintree.
What the hell are they doing?
I have no idea. Seems like a random place for them to be kicking off, but we'll keep an eye on that. You can still see those storms still active in France. Quite a lot of strikes going on there.
There's loads going on there. But you think that's a lot? Look at Switzerland. Switzerland's going crazy right now.
Yeah, I know. There is quite a lot of strikes in Switzerland. Even some in southern France.
Holy cow.
Near Bordeaux.
There's some massive ones in Switzerland right now. And the thing about them, they're very concentrated as well over there.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, those are very concentrated near Vorderthal. And you have this line that still pretty much stretches all the way from pretty much from Dijon still at the Rouen, Dieppe, and then kind of crosses the channel to Brighton, Hastings, areas like that.
Okay, let's see if we can do some more updates on my annotations. The answer is not really. Not much. Well, a few things have changed. Not the eastern one, but the central ones. And we're grappling with how many cells are there actually there. And if you listen carefully, you can hear another ice cream truck doing the rounds now in our locality here. So there is another cell east of the 12 now. Did I do it right? Oh, there we go. So these locations are still fairly approximate, especially out at sea. So there's that around there at 825, and that's around A2. So the one that was a 12, formerly the Cherbourg cell, which is still holding on. That's gone down a bit though, to a 6. So that's lost some momentum, certainly in the strikes department. Although you're about to see that 1 go up nearby. So I'm just gonna do the colours.
Oh wow, quite a few strikes in the cell northeast of Guernsey.
We'll come to that in a moment. The 1 is now a 2. And down towards the southwest, that 10 is down to a 6 as well. And I've moved the ball instead of the bloody number. Force 13 UK live moment. But they're all next to each other there. Right, so Guernsey, the 2 2s. It's going to be a 3 and a 2 now. They haven't moved that much either, just a little bit north. That one's moved quite a bit actually. The one further south hasn't really. Well, its leading edge has actually, so there it is. And the one, yeah, the one near Jersey, that's sort of 2.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Makes me have to do more work. So there's
Well, I believe it's about time that I got going.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on board, Tommy, for the last...
Thank you very much for having me.
2 hours and a half. It flew by.
In that case, I'm going to head off then. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you very much. We'll do fine. So that was Tommy with us there, discussing live all that's going on right now. So we're marking another one here right now. It's not a 10, I'm just placing it here. And that is going to be a 5. So that's all over the same place as well. Interesting. To the west, we have a 1, a new 1, just about to leave the coast of Brittany, just around here. And the one that was even further west earlier, I think we can take that one off. Or, as a matter of fact, we'll just go and move it somewhere else, as you'll find out in a moment. Because we know what happened earlier. We saw all those lightning flashes over our British Isles. Let me place it on the map exactly where it was. And it's up here. Where are we? Trying to figure that out. Somewhere around here. It was very close to a place called Stebbing, which is west of Braintree. That's in Essex, of course. So that was at 25 past. A 1 up there. Quite an anomaly, an outlier there, if I do say so. Force 13 UK and Ireland Live continues as we keep watching this right now. Lovely ice cream van in the background. Great. Joey was very excited about that lightning strike. Yep. Well, because I'm now on my own again until someone else decides to jump scare me in the live stream, I think we'll start playing a bit of Force 13 music just to keep us all alive. Force 13 music is good, it's underrated. You should try it. So I will go and play some of it now whilst we keep going along here. Yes, no, it wasn't Match of the Day on in the background. It was an ice cream van playing it, as it has been doing for many, many years. Well, that's one of the tunes. Yeah, so we can do a bit of that in the background whilst we wait for some more interesting things to happen. It also saves my voice a little bit. Voice is going a bit. Just monitoring everything very closely. Not much has changed. I think that one in the east is a goner. Yep, I think that's gone. Hurricane Wilma says that there was a lightning strike west of Swanage, which I think is in Hampshire or Dorset. And Joey's telling us there's lightning in Bracknell. Which is where the Met Office used to be a long time ago. Alright, let's get another close-up on this quartet here. 4 now on that one. For 835. They haven't moved very much at all. I don't think I even need to reposition that one. The one that was a 6 is continuing to die out. Down to a 3. And of course, if you haven't done so already, weather watchers from around the world can join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. We have a UK and Ireland channel in there as well to talk about all of this that's going on. Whenever we're live and when we're not live, whenever at all. If anyone is interested in joining our team, I'd really love to hear from you, because that would be nice to have more people on board, especially on our coverages, which we don't do much of at the moment, but we're doing more. That one that was a 2 there, that's now a 4. Was a 6 nearby has really died off. As a matter of fact, I think that's going to get removed. So it's no longer a quartet. Further south, the one that was a 10 has greatly diminished to a 3. And the one that was a 5 next to it is much stronger. Now an 8. The one that was a 10 near Guernsey. Was there one? Is that supposed to be there? I don't see that there was ever a 10 near Guernsey. I don't think that should be there. I must have made a mistake somewhere whilst chatting. So this one's a 2 up there, the top one. And that's slowly making its way across the channel. Around about there now. And the other one is probably also still a 2. Yep. close together. Oh, I've moved the map again. The one over Brittany, that is still valid. Man, it's getting messy across France. There's also another notable one that sprung up in France over here. Might be of interest to someone. Probably moving nearly due north, that one. And there's our full picture right now. It seems to be getting quieter every time. Let's see if we've got some more comments and questions right now. Joey says one lone strike it was near Swanage apparently. So, and Hastings looking really dark on the web, but don't forget it is actually getting dark outside, so that does happen. Still looking across, and there's not a huge amount just now. I do wonder what's happening with the ones that are currently crossing the channel though. The middle ones. They seem to be becoming displaced further to the east now. Which marks somewhat of a fundamental change in their complexion, I suppose. So I'm pretty sure the Isle of Wight is going to get hit by lightning storms and stuff before 10 o'clock. They're already getting fairly close, as you can see. More comments here. Looks like there could be something interesting just off the coast of Felixstowe. Most likely not a thunderstorm, but could have some heavy rain in it. Considering the earlier strikes in Essex, you never know. Lightning strikes now getting pretty damn close to the Isle of Wight from the main what I'm calling the main feature right now, the three in the middle. So looking in again, from 8:25 we had this near Braintree, this one in France near Boulogne-sur-Mer. Further south there's another one, and we'll mark this one down here somewhere, which is headed towards Dieppe and probably will be leaving the coast soon. But back to the more interesting triplet, and don't forget we're marking the leading edge, and they're getting pretty close to shore. and I'm starting to not tell which one's which really. And they're growing actually, significantly. Let's start with the one on the left because that's the easiest to track. That's now up to a 7. So that's quite significant. I can tell you the other one's grown as well, I'm not sure how much yet. But this one's getting fairly close. I think that's about right. This will be, we'll call it quarter 2. And the ones behind it, I think is now, we can just call it 1. So we'll get rid of this, and instead you're going to have one cell that's an 8. Somewhere like that. There it is. 45. So that's getting interesting there. That's really getting interesting. The 2 sets of 2s that were further to the west could still do something to Dorset later on. The top one is still a 2. And the bottom one is still a 2. Once again, this is strikes per minute, and it's just our crude little indicator on how strong these storms might be. There's actually some strikes occurring over Jersey right now as well, again. So we're going to mark that one too as a 1 right over the western side of Jersey. Update the timings on all of these. We'll keep playing Jason music here for a while. And then you have the one that was a 3 earlier, that's down to a 1, there's hardly anything left of that. The one that was an 8 moving into France, that's still probably got some decent, although it's starting to extend itself a lot. But I think we'll call that a 9 now overall. So yeah, for a little while it was looking like we'd be in danger of a bust, but it looks like they're revving up again. Those 2 storms in particular approaching the Isle of Wight right now. Let's see if there's any more comments right now. Joey says there's constant rumbling going on outside, but it's the airport. Pardon me. And Dark has joined the comments section. Hello there. Alright, let's have a little look outside, shall we? May as well. Current view outside at 413 HQ. Looking out the back there. You can't see much of the weather, but it is overcast, of course, and probably quite muggy. Typical view here in the northwest of England. Yes, Joey, I'm really sad about that tree. I think it's dying. Very depressing. Do another update in a moment because those storms appear to be building as they're approaching the Isle of Wight. Just watching very... yeah, oh boy, are they? Are they? Right, take a look at this. From a 7 5 minutes ago to a 12 now. As I find the next music on the playlist. 12 now, so that's getting pretty impressive as it approaches the Isle of Wight. So they are trying to spring a surprise on us. To be fair, Met Office did have one or two of these happening where they just blew up as they were reaching the coast. And that is really happening right now, and it's getting very close to the coast of the Isle of Wight. Maybe even turned eastwards a little bit more there. The one behind it that was an 8. Just checking in on that one. That's up as well. That's a 10. "12" should still be marked in red technically, but never mind. These two are closing in right now. Now, the one that was in France, northern France, that one's a little bit stronger as well. That's up to a 2. The one near Braintree was very quick and went away very quick. This one appears to be moving slightly north-northwest at the moment. Further south, the one that was producing 1 lightning strike per minute, that's up to a 2 as it gets closer to the coast. And the leading edge of that strike is near St. Foy. Place that I would highly recommend. Now, the one that was in the where's it gone now? Off the coast of Jersey. Well, not the west one, that one closer to Granville. That's gone. And the one that's overland right now is probably not as strong. I'm not sure exactly what number it would be, so let's just say 7. And it's moving up that way quite quickly right now. That one's still over Jersey. The ones that 2 sets of 2 there, they're weaker now. I would say they're just 1s, both of them. And the one down there over Brittany is gone. So yeah, it's really starting to come in now in this area. A few lightning strikes just off the coast at Swanage. Lots approaching the Isle of Wight. Seems to always be the place to be, the Isle of Wight. Just monitoring it very closely here. Okay. Still keeping a very close eye on this this sail that's approaching the Isle of Wight. Numbers continuing to increase. It is now warranted, that pink colour, because it's now 15. And so is the one to its south. My goodness. These are two big cells coming in here now. And they're intensifying here as they draw ever closer to land. Well, both moved up just a smidge. So 2 15s. And just as I've downgraded it, the ones over here have started to fire up again. I think we'll just class it as 1 now. And it's actually a 3. That one making progress across the channel as well. It's already up to here, I think. Where is it? Over here. Pretty much headed towards Weymouth.
Good.
Oh my goodness, it's Christian. Hello Christian,
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. I've just received notification of a lightning strike about 50 miles to my southwest.
50. Well, yeah, that's about right, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, lightning strikes now over the Isle of Wight, so...
I should get notified on that fairly quickly. Assuming my phone wants to work, because it's doing something right now.
Yep, so... that leading 15 is now pretty much over the Isle of Wight, so they're in for quite a lot of action here in the next half hour to an hour. Quite jealous of them. So how's your day been, Christian? Your weather?
It was fine. I was out all day in Alresford at about 11 o'clock this morning. Obviously, there was some kind of festival going on. As soon as we actually get there, that's when the heavens opened.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that was great fun. We were out in the rain. It actually got quite heavy in places. I believe on my little tracking app that I use, we were in the yellows in terms of radar coverage. So obviously it's like a rain radar thing indicating how heavy the rain was.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, let's just say my cousins who are currently over from Texas got a great taste of the British weather.
Yeah. Well, so did I. I got lovely sunshine this afternoon.
Did you?
Oh yes.
Ah.
You're not jealous? Literally just said.
No, yes, I am. I am indeed. Yeah. Oh, hello. Apparently there's been about 500 strikes over the English Channel. Yeah.
More than that.
Wow, that's what my app is telling me. 500 in at least a cluster. It's
Oh,
the
right.
second group.
Yeah.
If I zoom right the way out, no, I think the maximum number it tells me is 500 plus.
Ah.
I'm not counting all those individual spots. But yeah, what I'm seeing here, English Channel just off the coast of Isle of Wight, 37 miles away from my location. About
These could
6
come for you,
minutes ago.
actually. Yeah.
So if any, it's a shame I've got to actually go to have an early night because I've got to be awake at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Ouch.
I would have stayed up. Yeah, you can blame my job for that. But yeah, so if anything, I can't stay up and watch the storms come in. Would have been a real pleasure if I could, but unfortunately, I cannot.
Interestingly, it doesn't look like the 15 has strengthened any. It looks like it's gone down actually, back to a 13.
Yeah,
But it
just want
is
to point out if
moving
below.
over the Isle of Wight now, pretty much there at 9 o'clock. And to its southeast, that other one is still very much there as well. That is still strong. That's actually stronger, 16, just slightly stronger. Right behind it.
People are wondering where I am on your current map. I am just to the southeast slightly of where it says F15 HQ.
No, you'll be northeast of there, won't you?
No, I'm looking at the map here. Okay, they're in Alton, aren't they? Well, I'm more east
Oh, you're east.
southeast.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Why? Where do you think I was?
So I was thinking you were northeast. Christian's house is probably here.
About 10 miles away.
There.
Yeah, so I'm where the queue is.
There is Christian's house.
So I am
I
roughly
mean, it's
there.
so detailed, you can probably find his actual house on here.
Was it? Oh, doubtful, but you know.
Yeah, doubtful. To the west, that's still gathering pace as well. That is now a 5. So that one's getting interesting. And like I said earlier, that one's headed, looks like, directly for Weymouth at the moment. So Dorset gang, if you're listening, this one is on the way. And that's making some good progress too. There it is now. So Weymouth, you'll start seeing that pretty soon. 9 o'clock, we've been running this for 3 hours, and it's been I don't feel that any of it's been wasted. I think we're doing pretty well. We've got all these storms going on, although maybe some people might be a little bit disappointed in the performance of them so far. And that is now an 8 over Normandy. Christian, what were you expecting ahead of tonight?
Well, I was expecting some thundery activity. I haven't seen a single lightning strike at all today, even this morning when the heavens opened when I was out. All we got was just incredibly heavy rain and no thundery activity. So, if anything, I'm a little disappointed.
Oh.
But, oh well. Can't have everything, I suppose.
And the good old Northwest has its chance tomorrow. Me. So we'll see how that goes.
Yep.
So we're watching very closely these 3 systems. Let's start up the music again. I was just talking to Christian for a moment there. We've got some music going in the background, sort of makes it quite exciting.
Indeed.
If I don't accidentally skip through it, yeah. Oh dear. I know there's not a huge amount to look at when we do UK streams. I don't know if you've got anything that you could show us, Christian, whether you might want to go trawl in the interwebs and see if there's any webcams in these areas or radar.
Well, if you give me a minute, I can rejoin the call on my phone. I can show you around this app that I'm looking at right now.
Not a problem.
So, just give me one moment. I'll be right with you.
Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. Subscribe to us if you haven't already. And if you're interested in joining the team, send me a message on Discord. My username is Foycaster. And you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, where not only you can reach me, but you can also chat with weather fans from around the world with a dedicated section for UK and Ireland weather as well.
Okay. Oh, are you still with me?
Yep, we have Christian back on the line. He's showing us his app.
Yes, so pretty self-explanatory here. It's a pretty much every single lightning strike that's occurred within the past hour. Obviously, if you're wondering about the great big circle, that is within 50 miles of my location. So, if anything, if we switch over to radar view here, you can see pretty much it. Well, it's everywhere. If I zoom out, it goes all the way down into eastern France, and everything. We've got little bits of incredibly heavy rain over in this section. There's a little bit affecting Wales at the minute.
Looks like we might get some in a minute there.
It's everywhere basically. Down in your location, you could get a little bit, but we're mainly focusing on the south coast in the minute. And as you can see, it's telling me here there have been over 600. 600. If I zoom in closer, it will show them all in great detail.
Indeed.
And so I've never seen anything on the scale like this before. At least in this app.
What do you mean?
Like, at least in this app, I've never seen so many strikes.
Oh, mate,
in
I
one
have.
singular location. The thing is, though, it's all happening out to sea. Again, it's all happening out to sea at the minute, so we've not got so I can't exactly see any lightning activity in my location because this is just about 50 miles away from where I am, from my HQ.
Okay, the 13 has gone back up again and is now what is it? I've just lost my train of thought. Back to a 15.
About 13.
The one that's moving over the Isle of, just about to move over the Isle of Wight, back to a 15. The 16 that was just below it, that seems to be fizzling out a little bit again. So, it's a transferal of power, it would appear to be on these. We'll call it 14. We're not exactly sure on what that number ought to be, but we're going to say 14 right now as of 9:05. And in the background you can hear some more bird song from Force 13 HQ. I think it's quite therapeutic, Christian. And that 5 is now a 7, the one headed for Weymouth, so getting even closer and stronger. To the south, the big cell that's over Normandy right now was an 8. Let's have a look again. It's going to be more than that now. Only just, actually. 9. And that's moved on a little bit further as well, when it lets me move it. Any moment. There we go. And the one to the southwest of Jersey, that's still there, a small 1. Interesting. We've got less cells than we did earlier, but 2 strong ones right now.
I've seen comments saying that it's pouring in Bournemouth.
Yes.
Let me try and see the Bournemouth. Somewhere.
It's there.
Not seeing much. I'm not seeing much activity in Bournemouth right now.
Oh.
But
maybe it was blown there by the wind.
Could be.
I don't know. I don't know. I thought there was something else going on. Yeah, so that's how things are looking on Christian's screen right now. And my clear graphical depictions of where those lightning storms currently are and how big they are. 15 and a 14, right next to the Isle of Wight. And that's where we're at right now. I've been following these since they first were emerging off the coast of France 2 to 3 hours ago.
How long do you reckon they're going to start impacting my area, or at least the Portsmouth Southampton area?
Oh, less than an hour probably. It should be. As for your area, oh dear goodness me, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm still seeing new lightning strikes pop up. As you can tell, the red ones. See if I can zoom in on one of them. Again, this particular strike here happened less than 15 minutes ago, so if you can see again, so I'm sure there was something. If it helps, obviously there's a little key here. Red is within the past 15 minutes, yellow is between 15 and half an hour, and grey is older than half an hour ago. I should probably say between half an hour and 1 hour ago.
Yes.
So, again, as you can see, you can tell everything's making its way up northward, which is to be expected. What's in that one? Yeah, it's just a waiting game in a minute.
Just seen our first strike overland near Chichester.
Chichester. Yeah, Chichester.
In West Sussex.
Yeah, I was there not too long. I should know what it is. It's all probably going to be coming out of green, isn't it? Somewhere, I don't know.
Oh, there's a new cell forming just east of the one over Normandy, so there's 2 cells down there again. We'll pull over onto that in a moment. Force 13 UK and Ireland live.
Probably just give my app some time to update.
Alright, let's go down there and get that update. So the new cell looks like it's only a 1 at the moment, but that 1 happened very quickly, and we've just plonked it here. That's as of 10 past 9. The other one, the one that was a 9, that's still going strong. That's strong now, an 11. So there's another one that's strengthening. The one that was... Where's that? Yep, that one there that's southwest of Guernsey, that's still there. The one that was a 7 approaching Weymouth slowly now has increased, but is not doing very much. Does that make any sense? In fact, I think it's split into 2. So the stronger one is further south now, backwards from where it was before. I guess it's just been left behind. That's approximately a 10. I think we're pretty much into our evening chorus now in the background. But the forward one is only a 1, I think. Maybe a 2? Nope, just a 1. And that's headed much closer. Getting much closer to Weymouth. And might even pass just a little bit south of there even. Looking back at the one that's currently pretty much over the Isle of Wight. Looks a bit weaker. I would say it's down to a 13 again, like it was earlier. So that's fascinating, and it's probably safe to put it here now. And the one that was starting to weaken, but we didn't know by how much, seems to have weakened by quite a bit. Yep, halved down to a 7 now. I might even be weakening further than that. Oh, there's a dog in the background now.
What, your dog?
Yeah, it might be the
Whoops.
Force 13 dog, indeed.
So
Yeah, so
I'll let my phone dim its screen and everything just cut off for a moment. Let me get that back up and running. There we go.
so I think the Force 13 dog isn't very happy with something. So there you go now, a 13 and a 7, along with an 11 and a 1 on the other side of the channel. So this is, right now, Isle of Wight really getting it at the moment. Alright,
Yeah. Isle
some,
of Wight
another,
seems to be
yep, another
yeah,
comment
Isle of
there.
Wight.
When is it going to hit Worthing? Well, I'll tell you
Worthing.
what, let's see, 9 PM forecast is not out yet from the Met Office, but it shouldn't be long. But if you look back at their 8 o'clock forecast, gotta tell you, Worthing might be one location that doesn't get anything now. Looking at the latest update,
Sorry to disappoint.
they might not get anything, or only something small. And if they do get something, I think it might end up being around 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, so quite late. But we'll see. Back to Christian's screen. More questions?
Not too much of an update. Bournemouth just about starting to, well, obviously slightly out of date imagery, but Bournemouth now starting to get into the greens.
More questions? Will London get anything?
London might be a fair few hours before you get anything, because, or maybe, because if anything, as far as I'm seeing, you've got, as far as I'd say, is Oxted, just about on the edge of the rain. But then again, this is probably a few minutes or so out of date. You probably
London is not likely to get anything significant at this point.
nothing significant, probably just a lot of rain. If anything, if you're on the southern side of the M25, you could be seeing something. So again, just approaching Biggin
Further
Hill
south,
Airport.
the more likely it is.
Yeah. So if you're in and around London, Biggin Hill Airport.
And Joey
you
wants to
seeing
know
something.
about Bedfordshire. You might get something between 2 and 4 AM. So good luck. We don't like Joey, do we?
Don't be mean. I wouldn't say that.
Oh dear. Just waiting for more information. Any other comments just now?
Not that I can see for the moment. I'm receiving some things through Discord though. Let me. Anyone DMing me? Nope. No of significant importance. I'm sorry to say to whoever just pinged me, but
Oh dear.
got some more issues right now. More pressing problems right now.
Now this is interesting. I'm just going over to France. There's a little area of thunderstorms, a 1 that we marked earlier. Was a 2, now a 1. That's leaving the coast. So that actually is headed north-northwest. And could just about reach Kent if it keeps going like that. There it is now. At 9:20 we'll call it. And the 1 that we marked earlier down there as well towards Dieppe, much more now. That's a 5. So that's another one that we might want to watch out for later on. A much shorter channel crossing from there than it is for most of the other storms we've seen tonight so far. That's at 9:20, and that's almost reaching the coast now, round about there. Now, what happened further west then? We had an 11 and a 1. That is now a 3 on the right hand side.
Just want to point out, it might not be a good night for viewing tonight's lunar eclipse.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, you think? Absolutely. I don't know. If anyone's willing to be awake at 4:30 in the morning to try and catch a glimpse, good luck.
Lunar eclipses are boring as hell anyway.
They're not.
Yes,
They're
they
exciting.
I saw it in 2015 and I've never wanted to remotely see one since.
Yeah, but the one in 2015 was a solar eclipse.
No, there's a lunar eclipse as well.
Either way, I don't know. I've always found lunar eclipses exciting. It's the solar eclipses that are even better. Don't mind. I mean, granted, absolutely. But I've always found lunar eclipses to be rather enchanting. I mean, they're more visible throughout the entire planet, but obviously
Boring.
if anything, I remember waking up early for a lunar eclipse. Just about saw it in a break in a cloud. And yeah, I was screaming the house off at 5:30 in the morning.
Screaming the house off.
Well, you know what I mean. I only saw it for 5 seconds before it got covered back up by clouds, but I was so excited.
Ah.
Yeah, lucky for some in the chat. I've got to be awake at 5 in the morning tomorrow morning for work.
Well, there you go, you'll see it.
No, I won't. The sun will be up by then. It will be too bright. It will be too bright to catch a glimpse of the red moon. Actually, it would have set, because obviously it's halfway across the sky from the sun.
Well, not always.
Not always.
Otherwise, how would
that's
solar
generally-
eclipses happen?
Yeah, but yes, but you've got to remember there's always a 2-week gap between solar and lunar eclipses. Solar eclipses happen in a new moon, which obviously the moon has to be at the sun's position in the sky. It's the complete opposite for lunar.
Yeah. 2015 one was gorgeous though. The moon beforehand it was extremely bright. Brightest I'd seen it, to be honest.
I do not recall the 2015 lunar eclipse. All I remember is the solar eclipse because I wasn't allowed outside. That's all. Yeah, because I was doing an exam at the time it happened. And obviously, weren't allowed outside, and it sucked. Just to allow myself outside to see a solar eclipse, probably wouldn't do it because there's a lot more of them to come in the future.
Hmm.
Maybe not in the UK, but worldwide, absolutely. Not even sure when the next eclipse in general is going to like fully affect the UK. Not just partial, but total.
Alright, we're just waiting to see if anything more happens. Mainly on the Isle of Wight right now. Where there's a storm producing around 15 strikes per minute.
If anything, I will try and see what I can dig up.
If anyone's got any comments or questions for us, please send them in. As a matter of fact, I believe Force 13 Europe has just released an update on these thunderstorms as well.
Yep. Okay. This could be okay. Where's this headed out? Where's this facing? Where exactly in the Isle of Wight is this? Ride Pier. Huh, okay.
Alright, we've got the 9 PM update from the Met Office now. And they are suggesting that thunderstorms might develop after landfall for parts of East Sussex and Kent when this thing moves in the next hour. The one that's impacting the Isle of Wight is going to disintegrate upon landfall. That's what it's saying. But there might be more stuff to come afterwards. But the one for Dorset, that's one to really watch for. That could be a powerful one, maybe. But actually, overall, I'm not seeing an enormous amount of stuff to get excited about here, really.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where exactly.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Where exactly this is.
I think this event could be effectively over in about 2 hours.
Where is it? I'm just. Okay, that's facing the coast towards Hampshire. That's no good. Alright. Where's anything that views out over the English Channel? That would be incredibly helpful. No, we don't want Missouri in the US or British Columbia. What are you guys doing? There's a little US stuff, isn't it? US. Yeah, all of this. Alright.
More comments here, and please just let us know your observations. Dominic says some splashes of rain over him in Durham. Nothing like down south, though. Yes.
I have a lot of live streams, but I'm not seeing the one I need. Okay, we'll have to make do with.
What are we making do with?
Well, I found a webcam, but it's on the Isle of Wight, but it's facing the coast of Hampshire.
Right. Oh, that's not very useful, is it?
It's not very useful, but it's all I can find.
Okay.
If anything, yeah, the Isle of Wight is taking a beating with it. Now just about seeing about lightning strikes. Almost on shore. This was a lightning
It
strike.
seems to be going on forever, this.
It does, yeah. If anything, I'm seeing 3-ish
Still not
minutes
properly
ago.
on the shore.
Yeah, it's just off the coast. It's like, if I were to take the one screen, you can see just how close that is to shore.
Oh, man.
Especially this one strike here.
Yeah.
But
It's just a lightning strike, though, and that's an approximate location.
It's an approximate. It gives me the latitude and longitude coordinates, though. sure. It's just called White. Said, where's the Isle? I don't know where the Isle's gone. Isle 3. I don't know. If anything, the Isle of Wight should be taking a beating right now. We've got
Well, we
such
think
an
so.
incredibly heavy rain. Now, so each hour, just over, well, I'd say that, but it's just over 50 miles from my location, which isn't exactly very helpful.
Okay, let's get some more updates then in where we are in terms of the lightning strikes right now. These numbers, once again, are telling us how many lightning strikes per minute there are in these cells. The one that's just about to move off France has died. So much for that. The one near Dieppe that was a 5 strike per minute storm earlier, that is probably down to 4 now. It's just reaching the coast at a fairly leisurely pace. So that's one that we're putting there, and this is going to be as of 9:30. As I say that, there's a little extension to it just off the coast to the west, which we might have to mark soon. Meanwhile, off the coast of Normandy, we have these two. It was a 10 and a 3, but it looks like there's some energy transfer going on here because the 3 is now much bigger. Let's see, what is that strikes per minute? 11. That's gone from 3 to 11 in 10 minutes.
Wow. That is quite the extravagant.
So that's 11 now at sorry, that was in 20 minutes. I think I said 10 minutes. That's in 20 minutes, and that's now moved up here a little bit. The other one, though, is still decently strong, actually. That is still a 10, yeah.
Alright.
So they're right on the coast, both of those, and they're about to move out, so even this could become something later on for the UK coast. But let's get to the more interesting stuff further north. Definitely the Isle of Wight, and it looks like the 7 has disappeared completely, or actually I think it's still traceable as a 1 and has sort of relocated northeast somewhere over here. Or it could be a new one entirely, I don't know, but there's a 1 right there. The 13 certainly isn't a 13 anymore over the Isle of Wight. Isle of Wight is still getting some substantial thunderstorms, but it won't be a 13 strike per minute. We're now looking at 7 strikes per minute, which is still moderate in the grand scheme of things. This is all as of past, and it's very much over the Isle of Wight. But it seems to me, Christian, that the trend tonight is that there's going to be a lot of, what was that? Lots of things disintegrating on the coast. The one that was a 3 headed towards Weymouth appears to have decided not to move and move a little bit towards the west. So I don't know what that's up to. And that is now a 5. So there again is another something to watch right there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is all, yeah. Again, the Isle of Wight, seeing a few lightning strikes, period of incredibly heavy rain just off the coast of Neton, if I've got that pronunciation correctly. There, I'm seeing a bit of red on this rain radar thing. Not sure how accurate it is, but I hope so. I don't even know where the source is. I just know that.
Another energy transferal, it would appear, there in the western part of the channel towards Dorset. Now a 5 and a 3. Further south, there's a 1 still headed. Actually, it appears to be northwards, slowly, as of past. And another 1 that's about to reach Guernsey. So once again, the Channel Islands involved. Very close to Guernsey, about to reach it there as of 9:30. So that's the current situation. No pinks anymore, but we have 4 reds and 5 blues, Christian.
Yeah, 4 reds. That is, well, for lack of a better word, insane. Yeah, personally, I mean, whilst I'm still new to the world of weather tracking and everything, this is, at least for UK terms, this is actually probably the worst I've seen it.
No, it isn't, mate. It
Well, the worst
really
I
is.
have seen it. What?
It can't have been over a very long time then. Like,
Yeah,
even
well,
in the
remember,
last...
I only joined you guys in 2020.
Yeah. I think in 2019 there was like a level 60 over Lincolnshire. 60 strikes per minute. Might have even been
Wow.
more than that, I can't remember. But these things can happen. Although it is a little bit early in the year for those big ones. We usually get it in late June, the whole month of July, sometimes in August. Mainly July is my feeling. It feels like July is the stormiest month.
It feels a bit early if this May, to be honest.
A little bit.
Although, if anything, over the past few days, it has been fairly nice down here. And
yeah, and this is your punishment.
Well, no, like I said, we were at a festival at about 11 o'clock this morning. That's when the rain started, and it hadn't stopped until we got home at about 1 o'clock. And yeah, so it gave the Americans that we've got currently staying over a taste of British weather after it's been so nice for the past few weeks. But if anything, because the weather's been so nice lately, it's nice to have at least a thunderstorm or two clear the air.
And they do, sometimes.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Waiting for more information. As far as I can tell, there's still not much going on overland. There's a few little... hold on. I mean, this 7 that's moving through the Isle of Wight has just reached the other side of the island, and after that it's Portsmouth, so that's where it'll be going to next.
Yeah, again, give time for my rate. A few strikes.
Hmm. Yes. Fourth Teen UK and Ireland live. We're just sort of chilling here right now, aren't we?
Indeed, we are. Just sort of waiting for more information.
Oh goodness me, I must apologise. I've been talking nearly for 4 hours right now. My voice has sort of run out.
And well, that does happen. I mean, I only just came on. Well, I came on about half an hour ago, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm losing track of time myself. And like I say, I probably should shoot off soon because I've got to be awake at 5 in the morning.
Oh yes, of course. Forgot. You should be in bed now.
Yeah, well, actually, I just received a DM from someone saying that they had a few rumbles and a flush or two in Worcestershire.
Dark.
Yeah, him.
Yes. Well, we'll.
Now, if anyone has me on Discord, please tell me what's going on in your local area. I will be sure to relay it out on stream. And yeah, if anything, that's not an invitation to spam my DMs. One message is enough.
Now that you've said that, of course they'll spam. You don't say things like that.
Well, I just did. Now it's time for the heavens to open up. Whoops. I forgot I was still streaming on my phone.
Yeah, I was just on your screen there for a moment.
Yep. That was great timing for me to do that. If anything, yeah, storm now starting, well, heavy rain probably has been ongoing in Portsmouth for a few minutes now. Strange enough, just the Portsmouth area. Looks like a great big L on my screen. If anything, having probably just coming up under rain.
Yep.
Slowly making its way up towards the Petersfield area. Maybe it's to Walsford. I got this reports earlier today.
I was wondering why there was a blue dot there.
Wait, what blue dot? That blue dot, that's where I'm based.
Now?
You didn't see it. Yeah, that's now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. I thought that map was misleading. I thought you were further up than that. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Yeah.
If anything, there's been a strike detected. What time was that? 21:36. 4-ish minutes ago in Emsworth. See how lightning is jumping? Lightning doesn't always strike where it's raining and cause fires. I'm not saying it has, but just be careful. Who knows, maybe that area that I'm highlighting now is under rain? Probably not heavy enough to be classified as rain on this app, but you know.
Let's get another update right now. The 10 and the 11 near near Cherbourg now to the east. Looks like it's combined into one, and it's pretty damn big. So let's not move the map. Let's in fact move the icons. And
Yes,
we're going to remove that. And now it's not an 11, but this is huge, whatever it is. Trying to figure out the numbers. Big. That is big.
Big.
40.
Oh my goodness.
40 right now there. So that is pretty damn big. Off the coast there and moving northeastwards. So everyone's going to be salivating at that one, no doubt, on the other side of the channel.
There's one just now moving off the coast of France. Oh wow, yeah,
But if you're a storm hunter, don't get your hopes up. We've seen what's happened to strong ones in the past, earlier today.
Yeah. Who knows, it might not make the journey across the channel.
So that's at 9:40. The one that we had near the Isle of Wight is gone. And the 7 that's of course moving over, it's important, is lower now. That's down to a 4. So lightning flash is going down, but I imagine that rainfall will still be something pretty big. And its leading edge is probably right over Portsmouth right now. Somewhere there. Now, what about the ones headed towards Dorset? There was the 5 earlier on, which has weakened to a 4, although it appears to be moving northwards. And it's getting very close to land, actually. There it is.
It is.
So there's that. That's a 4. And that is... We'll call all of these 945. And behind it, you've still got something else there as well. It's still a 3. And it's still pretty much holding where it is. Now, the other small stuff in the background, the one approaching Guernsey, that is still there. It's accompanied by another one on the western side of Guernsey. So another small one.
Yeah. Another small one.
Just over there. And further west we had another one, and that is now gone. So we're removing that. And back east again on the French coast we had that 4 near Dieppe, and I announced earlier that it had extended sort of northwestwards, and I think it's a relocation or something new entirely over here, and that's starting again as a 1. The 4 that is gone completely. Oh great.
Yep, I'm not seeing it anywhere on my map either.
So apart from the one massive cell now, it appears to be getting quieter. We have 1 pink and 6 blues.
I'm guessing everything's merging off with the one that's just coming off the coast of France. Well, didn't
2
he?
of them did.
He just got. I mean, the one over to the right, pretty big, massive clouds. Quite a few strikes heading down into central France. Those might not make the journey across, even reach the channel, if I can speak properly.
Oh, you're looking further east in France. Well, yeah, anything that's east of us right now will not make it to us.
Like, if anything, some activities happening over Paris right now, but we're not here to talk about that.
We're talking about it a bit earlier, but yeah, Paris is getting a fair little bit, nowhere near as much as what the area was getting earlier on.
Yeah, again, on my app, I'm seeing more greys over Paris than reds. So something happened there about between half an hour and an hour ago.
There's just been a lightning strike detected over to the west of Southampton. What's that park
To the
called?
west of Southampton, that I'm seeing Lyndhurst.
Yeah, near there.
It's not showing up on my end just yet, but it will do in a few minutes' time.
Is that area the South Downs, is it? Or is that over to the east?
That
New Forest, sorry.
yeah, that's the New Forest.
Yeah, I forgot. And we're getting a few strikes getting very close to Weymouth and Portland.
Yeah, if anything, well, I think this strike has just showed up on my app now. It was in Fordingbridge, apparently, about
Yes.
1 minute. Yes.
Fordingbridge. A few
If
strikes in
anything,
the Portsmouth area.
So yeah, that's in the New Forest. If anything, I'm in the South Downs right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 completely different national parks.
Right, a comment there. What about Staffordshire? Well, I
Staffordshire,
can tell
all the way up in the
you
north.
that's not north.
Is it not?
You're not going to get much tonight.
Yeah, no, not a lot in that area. Sorry, I'm thinking of Stafford, which is completely different.
No, the same.
Is it? Stafford is
We've
up
got
north
a
somewhere.
normal band of rain. It's up north for you, but it's not up north for most people.
Yeah, for me it is.
There's a band of rain moving through ahead of all these thunderstorms that it itself is going to intensify when it moves past Birmingham shortly. So we'll get some copious amounts of rain that will be moving through. For Staffordshire, it'll be between 10 and 12. Up here in the northwest, Liverpool, Manchester, that area. Also in Yorkshire, Sheffield, Leeds. It would be around midnight, 1, maybe 2 in the morning further north. But that is not thunder or anything, that's just a rain band. And it will reach Glasgow and Edinburgh by morning.
If anything.
But look out for tomorrow. Could be some isolated thunder outbreaks.
I mean, something's
Here.
happening over to the west of Inverness.
What?
I say that, I mean, like, over the other side of the country from Inverness. I don't know Scotland all that well. To the north of Fort William, as
Then
far
I
as
think
can
you
see,
should
I don't
stop
know.
right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up before I make people pissed at me. Anyways, we're focused on the south at the minute.
There
With
is a
this
little thing
cell
up there in
that's-
Western Scotland.
Yeah, a small thing. If any, I can't even see the Isle of Wight
Hmm.
over on my screen right about now. So yeah, taking a bit of a beating over there, I'm guessing, before everything makes itself onto the shores of Hampshire and the surrounding area.
Yep, so this continues. I don't know, Christian, where do we go from here?
I mean, something to the west of Guernsey, that doesn't look like it's producing much more thunderstorm activity. If anything, the 40 over the just emerging off the coast of France is producing quite a lot of activity. If anything, how much battery am I on? Okay, I've got to be conservative with my phone battery in a minute. But yeah, Guernsey is probably under a bit of rain at the minute. Jersey, not so much. Again, I can't actually see cloud cover on this app. I can only see rain. If anything, whatever's happening just south of Cornwall, that's not exactly thundery, but that is quite heavy rain.
Yeah, it's just going to be the eastern edge of that could turn thundery.
Yeah.
Interesting. If anyone has any more comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air tonight, send them in.
Yeah.
I don't
If
know what
anything,
we're... I
it's gonna
don't...
be
Hmm?
Sorry, I'm just saying, like, someone's asking when is it going to hit the Midlands, which is going to be at least a fair few hours.
I mean, at this point, with the one over the Isle of Wight weakening and all of that, me going hoarse, I think we might take a break soon.
Yeah.
Dreaded
If
break.
anything, you've been live for quite some time, so yeah. I think even I'm starting to go a little hoarse. Actually.
Because from what I'm seeing right now, we've obviously got this thing impacting the Isle of Wight right now. Well, after that, you will have the Dorset coast, and actually, it's forecasted to hit just west of Weymouth. So that's moving nearly due north. Then you might have, but after that, I'm really not seeing. There might be little bits and pieces in eastern Dorset around 1 AM. But I don't think much is going to happen after this.
I think this is pretty much where it reaches its peak.
But then what of the 40 strikes per minute that we've got right now? What's going to happen to that? Met Office reckons it will fade to nothing. But whatever's left of it, it will strike near Worthing. So the person who was on about Worthing earlier, and I was saying nothing will happen now, that one's headed towards Worthing, but I think it will die before it gets there.
I'd probably say it might not reach the British coastline, may not make the entire channel crossing. But if anything, if it does, it will be several hours before that cell impacts that area.
The Isle of Wight cell that was very impressive earlier continues to weaken. Now it is only 2 strikes per minute as we approach 10 o'clock. And that one might be about to die out completely. I'm not seeing many new strikes on that. We'll call that 9:55. That's 2 strikes per minute on that one. The one approaching the Weymouth area but I think it will pass west. That one's still looking decent. It was a 4. It's actually gone down 1. I thought it was going to stay the same. It's down to a 3, but it is getting pretty close now to the coast. And it'll hit just west of Weymouth pretty shortly. And this is one of the big ones the Met Office had down, so I do think that this is busting. And one behind it is still a 3.
Yeah, if anything, what's happened to the 40? Is that still the same number, or...?
Alright, let's find out. It was 40, let's see if it's changed. It's still going to be high.
Considering that's the big one at the minute.
I can't tell.
Numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Christian's like, what do you mean you can't tell?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll come back to it in a minute. That the one south of Guernsey has died. The one west of Guernsey is now northwest of there. It's just passed by very closely to the west. And the 40 that we had, I can't tell whether it's split up again or not.
For me, I mean, from general track-wise, I think it's turned to the northeast, so like you were saying, headed straight for Worthing.
Gosh, I don't know what it's doing.
But I'm still seeing quite a lot of red dots on my screen indicating strikes within the past 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, the northernmost one happened about 7 minutes ago. Are there any closer than that? 21, 50, 52, 47, alright, 42, yeah, 53, so that one was 2 minutes ago. Yeah, generally headed northeast.
Alright, I think I've made a good calculation. It's still a 40.
Okay, so no net change, but
But
it's still quite high.
Big. It's over a large area. I'm going to have to draw up a circle round it. It's so big.
It is quite a large system, this one.
So there's the 40, and this is its aerial coverage.
Coolbridge.
Coverage.
Oh, dear.
That's large.
Is it?
There's a 950. No, not 966. Oh, I can't change it.
956. What have you done? Yes, welcome to 6 minutes past 10, apparently, according to Nathan.
Oh dear. I don't know why that was so... Right. The one off Dieppe there is still going just about. Very weak though. So, as we were before... Well, I made another mistake up there as well. So, we're now 1 pink and 5 blue as we head towards the 10 o'clock hour. Interesting times.
Very interesting times. So you've basically got the little baby cells approaching the UK coastline, and then you've got the mum just off the coast of France.
What?
I don't know, right?
The mum, of course.
What? What else do you want me to come up with? The uncle?
Alright, that's enough. That's quite enough.
Yep, that's enough. So much enough out of me that I'm actually going to have
You're
to
leaving.
bed fairly soon. Yes, well, like I keep mentioning, I've got to be up stupidly early tomorrow.
You do keep mentioning.
So, yep, that's good night from me. Hope everyone enjoys the remainder of the stream. I'm not sure how long we're going to be live for. That's up to Nathan's discretion, although...
Well, I tell you what,
he said
I'm going to stop commentating for a while, maybe an hour or so, and I'm just going to keep the screen running and showing all of these arrows, and I'll be updating them as I go along, and then I'll probably just come back in an hour.
Alright, you're going to leave the stream on automated for a bit then, I'm guessing.
I mean, I guess if that's what you want to call it. And I guess to make sure people don't get too bored, I'll toss up the... well, I was going to say I'll toss up the webcam outside, but there's not much you can see on it, so I guess that doesn't really work either. So, there we go.
You could put it, I mean, you could put it in the corner of the stream if you really want, I don't know.
But you can't see
Up to you.
anything. What's the point?
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, looking at that.
But with the 40 still far away from the UK, we're going to take a break. I'll turn my camera off for a while and get a drink, and everyone at home just pour a cup of tea or something like that, and then we'll be back maybe in an hour. We'll be back in an hour if things are still going strong. I mean, this could completely bust from here on in.
It could, absolutely. There still is that chance. If it does, however, it won't be a complete waste of time.
No.
Absolutely not.
Well, thank you for your time, Christian.
You're welcome. I'm going to go to bed. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Yeah.
Don't get too tired, and even though I know what you're like.
Don't get woken up in the night by thunderstorms that we didn't forecast.
Well, you know what? That is actually a possibility. And if I'm incredibly tired for work tomorrow morning, I just blame it on that.
Ouch.
Yeah, I don't want to distract anything as well, but check out on the main
Alright.
channel. A couple of weather bulletins have returned.
Yes.
If that tickles your fancy. Yeah, enough out of me. Good night.
Right, we'll see you again soon, Christian. Have a good night.
You too. Have a good night, everyone.
And at that, we'll leave it with the music, and we'll be taking a break for a while here. You'll still see these numbers move around a bit as I edit them during this hour. I'll probably do it around maybe 5 or 6 times. So stay tuned, and I'll cut in when it's time. Alright, that didn't take long. Let's cut back in. Because Dorset is going mad right now. I've literally just updated both of them to 6s, moving through into Weymouth, and even that is out of date now, because the 6 that's moving in through Weymouth is now a 10. So this one really going crazy as it makes landfall near Dorchester, west of Weymouth. That's as of 10:15. I'll cut in again if anything else develops from this. I was in the middle of my supper. But Dorchester area right now, very busy. A 10 and a 6 right there. Force 13 UK and Ireland live. Big blow up near Yeovil. 21 strikes per minute displayed on our graphic there. My name is Nathan Foy, back in the studio once again. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland live, looking at these severe thunderstorms. Well, some of them may be severe, some of them will be fairly normal. But as you can see, a few red zones in Dorset, which is really copping it right now. Which, to be fair, is what the Met Office said eventually, although at first they weren't really saying that. Looking back at the 10 o'clock update, in fact it's overperformed compared to even their 10 o'clock update actually. The whole situation here is overperformed to have all of these things active right now. The 80 strikes per minute storm was at 95 for a brief period earlier. That was supposed to be weakening by now, but it isn't really yet, although maybe it's just started now that it's dropped to 80. There is the potential that we could see some thunderstorms develop overland. Met Office suggesting that high amounts of rain and possible thunderstorms to the west and northwest of London in the next 2 hours. And maybe something might be headed Joey's way. So that's something for him to ponder. But in general, this event is nearly over. We're just watching. I mean, after these cells moving in, there might be one more for Dorset afterwards. But apart from that, it's looking quiet, assuming that this massive 80 cell starts to die down. Well, we'll see what happens there. If you've got any comments or questions for us, send in your messages live and I'll be able to take them on the air. So, all of these areas that we're still looking at right now, let's see if we can take some off our radar yet. I don't think we can. There's still 4 strikes per minute down there in France along the River Seine. Moving sort of just north, just east of north now, as of 11 o'clock. So off it goes. Moving up there a little bit, still 4 strikes per minute. There was a cell, a little baby cell next to the massive 80 cell. That's a 3 and is still there. So that's going to remain at 11 o'clock. Let me just do a slight position update there. Don't think it really needs much of a position update actually. So that's 11 o'clock. What about the 80 strikes per minute one? Has that gone down? Because if it is going down, then that's a sign that the Met Office forecast is correct. So I think it's quite important that we find out that. Trying to figure this out. It won't have gone down much, but I think it might have gone down a little bit. Yeah, we're back down to 70 again now. This will be as of 11:05. So that's weakened 25% now since 15 minutes ago. And that is sort of passing by that smaller cell. So there it is moving along. Massive influence around it as well, although that has actually decreased a little bit. But it has that proper supercell shape. I feel that this was a supercell. Jutting out quite a bit at the back end on the southern side. But then closing in a lot towards the front end. That's as of 11:05. Let's find something else to play on the Force 13 jukebox. Every so often you will hear sounds in the background from outside here at Force 13 HQ. So there was a 2 there, that's now a 4. Slow software can be a pain in the butt sometimes. And behind it, another one. Not another 4, but it is a 3 that's emerging off the coast. Now, I guess the more interesting ones are up here, aren't they? Obviously, from our point of view. So there's a 6 there that was approaching the Isle of Wight. I'm not really sure what to make of that, because it's a large area. Pardon me. And at the front end is sort of here, but it really isn't moving. So I'm not sure what to say about that. But I can tell you that that was really ballooned up, actually. It could be multiple cells. And that on its own, get this, is now up to 12. So there's a 12 line out there now as well. So this is really blowing up beyond expectations in the last half hour or hour. When the Dorset one first blew up, and now it's currently a 21. We'll have an update on that in just a moment. The 6 that was there near Swanage and Bournemouth and Poole, now up to a 9 over Poole right now. So they're getting hammered. Poole and Bournemouth and all those areas. And to its west, no one's getting away with it. There's a 5. Now, where's that got to now? Just looking at this. Ooh. Well, it'd be more than that now, actually. Couldn't make any sense of what I was reading. An 8. So that's also up. This is quite insane for Dorset. Now, it briefly reached 21 near Yeovil. That storm. 21 strikes per minute. Let's see what it is now. And again, I've got to do maths in my head whilst I look at this. So if it looks like I'm just staring blankly, that's not happening. But it has gone down substantially. That's good news. So that's gone down to a 12. Still a 12 though. And that might recycle and might go on to do something again. That's pretty much reaching Wincanton right now, near Gillingham as well. It'll eventually move towards Frome. So where is it on the map here? It hasn't moved very much. Somewhere around there. Curves slightly towards the right. Back into the red colour. Which I think we can all associate with bad but not extreme. Which is sort of what we associate the pink colour with in weather terms. So that's as of still 5 past there. So not as bad as it was. But still, we've got 1 pink, 4 red, and 4 blue on our radar. Right then, let's see what we've got on the questions. What's the music we used during the 2019 forecasts? Is there a full version of that? I have no idea. Oh, is that the UK forecasts? I'll have to look back at what music I did use. It'll be one of the ones I made, obviously, but I'm not sure. How many strikes left at Bracknell? It's gone. Yeah, there was a short period of a small storm there. We're waiting for more updates. But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, actually, and it's not just this. There's more cells that have sprung up now that have gone unnoticed by me towards Cornwall and Devon. More Devon than Cornwall. So yeah, it's near Brixham and Paynton. 2 areas that I once visited a few years back. Over here, I mean, that is a 2 there. This went unnoticed for a few minutes by me here, and to its southeast. These will all be moving this way, maybe a little bit more north than that, actually. Well, yeah, a lot more north than that, but we'll work on that in a moment. And then the one next to it is a bigger one. Now that would be a 4. Somewhere around here. And they're probably heading that way. Or maybe a little bit further that way. So they're probably going to be headed towards Dorset as well. Well, a bit further west than that. A bit further west than the first ones did, at least. So they're there as well. And then we have those two that are moving off Normandy. You have the one down there over the River Seine. That's gone now. That was a 4 earlier. The one that's on the sideline with the 70, that should be gone shortly. So quite busy times we have right now. Much busier than it was in the previous hour. Well, the previous hour that we were streaming. So, Trains fan says lightning strike. I presume that's meant to say Hereford. That would be interesting. I think we're finally seeing signs that that big storm that's still a 70 is starting to wind down. Confirm that in a moment. So, of course, the numbers that you're seeing on the screen are always going to be strikes per minute. So, we've got, what was the 3 that was next to the big massive one? That will be down to a 2 now. And of course, it's important to get position correct. I'm just trying to triangulate the exact position of that. As of 11:10, it's moved over a little bit further north as well, actually, so it is up there now. And what was the 70 earlier? Let's see now what that might be. And again, I've got to figure out the maths. That is hard to work out. I think it would be safe to say at least 50. It might be lower now. But that's obviously on the downtrend. And an exact position on that. It's almost level with Brighton now. Moving eastwards, so somewhere around there. So that's 50, 95 it was earlier. I'll just slow my mouse down. Right, so there's a lot to keep on top of right now. I mean, it looks to me as though that 12 is 2 cells now. It's such a mess in this area. But actually, it's looking to me like there's a cell forming east of Torquay. There could be something going on there. So the one that's over Wincanton right now, down from 12 to 11. Small mercies there. So we just try and figure everything out as of 11:15. I can't click in the right places anymore. Right, just trying to figure out what the other ones will be. Gosh, it's a mess. So that 9 is down to a 6. Still moving inland though. And that is right over... well, the leading edge is near Fordingbridge now, heading towards Salisbury. It's getting quite close. Got to bring the time with it. That's at 11:15. What was the 8 there near Blandford Forum? Over Blandford Forum, indeed. That is going to be a 7 now. Not a 4, a 7. And I should mention, UK weather fans, if you are around tomorrow and we get some thunderstorms again, it's quite likely that I'll be out in the field looking out for storms and streaming it live wherever they happen. I mean, I'm based in the northwest. It looks like there might be some near here. But of course, if it's further afield, then I'll still consider it. Yeah, these are definitely 2 separate cells now. This is crazy. So at 11 o'clock it was a 12, and they're both moving north now as well. This is... So Bournemouth and Christchurch and that area is going to get whacked in a moment, well, soon. As I will demonstrate shortly. You just got to figure out exactly where all this is. Not as big as a 12, but one cell. Go zoom in on this, and it's moving this way. Is a 5, and the one next to it, which will go on and hit Swanage again. I think that's the place to be today, unless you're in Dorchester. It's getting close there, and it is bigger. I'm just trying to figure out what that one is. That's the bigger one. So that's a 12. So there's your big one right now. And that'll be heading towards the pool area, so... Man, that's another storm. And then you've got the ones over here that I mentioned near Torquay, was a 2 and has gained momentum since. It's now a 4. So that's moving on, and that's moved on significantly up here. There is so much going on right now. The other one down there that was a 4 earlier, that is probably now a 3, to be fair. And up it goes there just a little bit further. And then you have the 3 and the 4 that emerged off Normandy. And there they are. Last updated 10 minutes ago. And those are much bigger now. The 3 is now a 7. So that's a red colour. You'll certainly notice that. That is just insanity right now. It's really blowing up. Just everything around the whole English Channel region. And that's moving more north than first anticipated as well. So that could be your next lot. It really could. And the 4 is a 5. Just take up the time there, 11:20 now. So that's going to be a red 5. This is just me working as fast as possible to keep everything updated at this point. So that's moving in a similar direction there as of 11:20. Now then, over to the big ones. Or is it the big 1 now? Well, no, the other one is still going. It was a 2, and in fact it's probably a bit better now. Yeah, that's up to a 5, so I think we're seeing some energy transfer here, and I assume that the 50 is going to be nowhere near 50 when I get onto that in just a second. So that's now a 5. So it looks like the Met Office are going to be right in their prediction earlier that that storm would not last very long. I'm skeptical for a little bit. It's still quite big. Still quite big. 30. So, still a very significant storm on our scale. Anything above 15, for being honest. Anything above 15, and that's a major storm. So there we are, a very populated scene right now. We have a 30 and a 5 and a 5 and a 7 and a 5 and a 12 and a 6 and a 7 and 11 and a 4 and a 3. 1 pink, 8 reds and 2 blues. Yeah, it's quite sensational right now. So this is Force 13 UK and Ireland live. I think it's just me manning everything tonight. But there is our very populated scene right now across the English Channel. But I do think that these last ones here, the 12 and the 5 moving in, I think will be the end of our main event. Unless the 4 and the 3 do something. I don't think the 5 and the 7 will sustain. The 30's dying. So, some things to consider there. That's not to say, though, that there won't be more thunderstorms after these. Because there most likely will be, just that they'll be short-lived and not very significant in the grand scheme of things. Let's just see if numbers are changing anywhere. Let's check the 11 that's moving inland. That looks like it's going down. Yep, gone down a lot as it nears Frome. Let's just zoom in on that one. So it's near Frome, which is now up here. Not far from Warminster as well. This will be for 11.25. That's down to a 7. So there it is, still a red 7. And then you've got these 2 cells next to it, and they're still going strong. The one on the right is a 7, nearing Salisbury. And to its left, that was a 7, and that is probably now down to a 6, so they've literally traded numbers. And they're right next to each other. So but we've got to watch that 12 and that 5. As a matter of fact, that 12 seems to have weakened a lot, and the 5 is now really taking over, because that is now a 13. So now you've got a 13 strike per minute storm headed for Bournemouth and Christchurch. And that's a 25 past. The 12, on the other hand, appears to have weakened quite a lot. To a 7. So Swanage perhaps not getting as much as they thought they would 20 minutes ago. There's all of them at 25 past, which is coming up fast. Let's check out the one that was near Torquay and moving on towards Dorset. I'm seeing, just gonna reload here and try and get a read on that. Oh yes, is it a 5? I think that will be a 5. Yep, so that's a 5, so that becomes red. So now we've got yet another red. Look how many there are now. 9. And that's moving up pretty quickly there. And the other one, that's now the only blue that we're tracking, is moving up there as well, but it is weaker, just a 1. Oh, insanity going on right now. I mean, if you like this kind of stuff, you're right to stay up late. Because this is really going on right now. So there it is. A 30 and a 5 and a 5 and a 7 and a 13 and a 7 and a 7 and a 6 and a 7 and a 5 and a 1. Blimey. These are all lightning strikes per minute detected by lightning detectors. And at this point, it is time to drink up a little bit. The voice just goes. It's just like that, without some kind of lubrication. Tonight it's orange Capri Sun, which I'm sure will taste nice. Jackson says, is Gosport to have another one? Well, not yet. Not yet. It is possible. Yeah, it is possible at around midnight. Look out for that. I would side towards saying no, but we don't really know. Force 13 UK and Ireland live. Tracking. How many systems would that make it? 12? 11. 11 active cells. Which is quite a lot to be tracking all at once. Although, it would appear that we can now say that the 5 and the 30 are now back to 1. So that will clear a bit of confusion there. But how large is it now? Is it still 30 strikes per minute? I am not sure. No, I don't think... Oh, yes. Yes, it is. It's still 30. Although, I guess without the 5, that's probably gone a net loss of 5 there, I suppose you could say. So I guess it still is weakening. Although less rapidly than it was earlier. And its area of influence is nowhere near as large now. It's more up at the front end that it's out, and at the back end there isn't much behind it now. Not so much. A thin trail. Oops, what have I done with the shape there? I've just made it even worse. So there you go, that's the 30 now at this point at 11:30. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. I mean, for a Sunday night, if people have work in the morning, it's getting quite late. Right then, let's look further towards the west. How are those cells doing that have left Normandy not long ago? It looks like they haven't strengthened and possibly weakened. Just looking here, I would tentatively say that one's weakened just a little bit to a 6. It's quite remarkable how many red systems we have out there right now. That's moved up a bit, obviously. The other system, I think, is weaker still, so that might lose the 5, might it? Or... oh, I think it's just about held it. So that's still a 5. hasn't moved very much along. So these are both as of half past. And further north, looks like the one near Swanage has completely capitulated, and I would say that's down from a 7 to a 1 in just 5 minutes. Yep, so all the way down to a 1. The energy is well and truly with the other one, and it wouldn't surprise me if that one's strengthened. Let's have a look. Oh boy. Yeah, it has. So that's from a 13 now to a 16. So there's another pink one now. Just as we thought we were done with them striking the UK. We've got another one there. And another one that's going to hit Dorset. I think it's still within Dorset, that, isn't it? Quite comfortably. So that's a 16. And I'm trying to grab the... Yep, so... Had an interesting noise just then. So there's the 16. Come on, colour changes. So that's moving very close to the coast now. At half past. Further north, that's 7, 6, and 7. Let's start east to west. The 7. Approaching Salisbury. I mean, it looks to me as though it's merged into one, really. They were very close together. Yep, I'm gonna say that they've merged here. And that's another pink. And another 16. So that's moving just north, just to the southwest of Salisbury. 16 there. And the 7 that was once a 21, currently near Frome. Is around the same. Hasn't changed very much. It's just past Warminster to the west. That one's the one marked on the map. So up there. And further south, the cell near Torquay looks to, well, it's getting more towards Lyme Regis now. Much more stronger, I believe, as it gets closer. Just looking at intensity on this, how many strikes per minute. It is quite a lot. Yep, so, wow, 13. On that one. So still seeing signs of storms intensifying, and the one it's leaving behind that was a 1, that is still going strong as well, and stronger. That in itself is a 4, so that's gone up as well. There it is. Horse 13 UK and Ireland live. Things are still going pretty balmy out there in the English Channel. There's still some way to go before this event concludes. And behind that now, there's another area. What have we got on the clipboard? No, we don't want a 16. Let's copy that 1 over. Yes, there's another area over here. Come on, over here. Once again. Bit of deja vu there. So there's another 1. Pretty crazy. So we have 3 pinks, 4 reds, and 3 blues right now. An ever dynamic situation that keeps changing. Ah, right. Is there a cell developing south of the Isle of Portland, or is it just rain? Let's have a look. Ah, there is a handful of flashes still in that, just 3 or 4. You want to look towards your west, because that is really coming in now, and that, I think, is merging into one. That 13 and the 4. That might be merging into one. Let's check out how that 30 is doing. Used to be 95, that big supercell that was travelling from Normandy. Let's see its progress now. Has it lost more? No, it's still staying around the same at 30. So that's holding. And of course, if it continues in that vein, it will end up probably in Kent. Yeah, it's pretty much, if you follow the arrow, it's pretty much headed for the Kent, East Sussex border, really, area there. And now it's stuck me with a massive long arrow that we don't need. Maybe it would look better if we did it like that. Just do extrapolations. First point of land. I mean, I don't know. If that's what y'all prefer, we could do it like that. No, I don't like it. We're leaving it there. And that is as of 35 as well. Force 13 UK and Ireland live. We're still looking at lots of thunderstorms. Some that are only just getting started. Dorset, the main victim today. Hampshire probably in second so far. And there isn't really many other choices for second, to be honest. And there we go. Oh yes, that 16 still producing a lot more lightning flashes near well, west of Salisbury. And we now have the arrival of another cell, a new cell following in the footsteps of that 30. It's somewhere around here, right around there. We assume that's going to be heading in the same direction. Although it's hard to tell. We'll call that 1140. Chris says that they can hear it in Bournemouth. Yep, definitely. You'll be hearing it a lot more. Just lightning everywhere across the channel right now. So much so that we need to mark another cell, a 1, here as well, headed towards the Isle of Wight. If you're crossing from Normandy to Bournemouth, it's quite feasible that you'll never stop hearing thunder. It is everywhere along there. Right, the 7 that is just passing Westbury and onto Trowbridge right now. The furthest north one that we currently have. In the general direction of Chippenham. That's now down to a 6, so that's just weakening that little bit more. The one that's a 16 moving past Salisbury, that has actually weakened quite a bit. By how much? I'm just trying to figure out. Only a little bit. Still 14. But that brings it back to red, and you imagine they'll probably gradually weaken. Oh dear. So that's really moving on past Salisbury now. The 16 that's about to reach the coast, let's see. Not as much as it was, only 11 now. So there are actually no pink storms over the British Isles once again. Sometimes I get too overexcited and forget to take the time with me. Right, that one that was there, I mean, it's such a messy situation in that area, my god. So that one isn't really there anymore. There's another one behind the 11 that's probably a 4. And the one over there that's a 1. It's just madness. And then behind it you've got the 5, which is... won't be a 5 anymore, I don't think. Well, maybe. I'll have to assess that. And then you've... oh, man. There's too much going on. Looking towards Western Dorset. Can't even speak. I think that is 3 different cells right there. Now. Is it? Trying to work that out. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna say have done with it and make it one cell with a massive area around it, because it's just an enormous area of stuff happening. So the number might be a bit inflated over what it really ought to be, because it covers a massive area. But looking at that, let's see. Yeah, it's probably safe to say 25. But it covers an enormous area. So whether it's actually 25, don't know. And then behind it, that one that was off the coast of Devon. I think it's still Devon down there. That is now up to a 3. Every so often you can hear little ripples of wind in the background from our garden cam. I would show you, but there's nothing really to show. It's dark. Right now, the 30, that has weakened substantially. That is down to 13. So that's a big cell, massive cell it was earlier, reached 95 strikes per minute, now down to 13. Met Office forecast was right in what exactly that would do. Let me just check the latest from 11 PM from them to see exactly what they're expecting would happen this hour. They're actually expecting by midnight, and they're definitely by 1 o'clock. that there will be some significant storms passing west of London and northwest into surrounding counties. And they really feel that the event on the south coast, in fact, Isle of Wight eastwards, Met Office thinks it's over for you now. For Dorset, it's probably going to be over by 2 o'clock. And then of course we get into tomorrow, and there might be some scattered thunderstorms during the day. But right now we still have some light shows, especially with that next 2 cells moving in near Bournemouth and near Lyme Regis. And they're still quite busy. The one that was a 6 is now an 8 again. Although it sort of scattered itself, and it might even merge with that 14 shortly. It might even be the same thing. The 14 itself is down to an 8. I don't even know. They're going to merge together, I think, soon. Further down you had the 11 that was reaching land. That's going to be weaker now. That's also going to be down to an 8. All the 8s right now. I know I mentioned that 25 earlier, but it was over an extremely large area. Let's figure it out now. It is much less now, as I thought it would be. But it is still 19. 19 strikes per minute, and that is approaching land shortly. In fact, it pretty much is. Very close to Bridport. If that's you. And that's a hefty thunderstorm about to reach you. The 3 down there is now a 4. Still trying to make sense of what's going on with the 6 and the 5. It's just been so active the last 2 hours here. So that'll be a 5 now. The first one. And the other one is also a 5 still. Okay. So all at 11:45. The one that was over there as well, that is still there, although appears to be moving in a different direction than the mother storm earlier. That seems to be moving nearly due north. North-northeast. Now, how about that 1 and the 4 in between? Yes, the 1 is still definitely there, and I think will now be a 2, and that's moving over the Isle of Wight. It's right there. And that 4, I think, is lost without trace. Very busy. So there we are. We have 1 pink, 6 red, and 3 blue. Busy, busy night. Force 13 UK and Ireland live. If you'd like to be part of our community, worldwide community, you can find us on Discord, discord.gg/Force13. We've got an area for UK and Ireland chat. And if you want to join the team, I'd be very happy if we had people interested in joining the UK and Ireland team, because we need to get ourselves out there a little bit more. please send a message, either contact@force13.com or through our Discord server. Okay. Just waiting for some more news. Very busy in some places. Oh, the one reaching the coast right now that was 19, that is blowing up. That is actually legitimately 25 again. As of 11:50. That's quite insane. The 4 down there is still a 4. The 8 is very close to Bath now, just to the east. It's over Melksham. And that is something I need to figure out. So that one's grown again. That's back up to 10. So up it goes, closer to Chippenham now. And the one that was an 8 down to its southeast. Down just a little bit, 7. Northeast of Salisbury. Looks to be curving a little bit, that one. Ah, crikey. So, 1 pink, 6 red, and 3 blue as we get towards midnight here in the UK. The one near the Isle of Wight has grown as well. That is a 5. So there's another red. Although I think the 8 near it is down to blue now. Probably. When I do my next check. But that one's up to a 5 over the Isle of Wight, just reaching Lymington on the other side. Yep, a few more flashes there now too. Actually, the other one is still a 5. So it's just holding on. So they're both there, reaching the coast now. What about the other 5s behind it? they're getting closer and closer together, it looks like. The one furthest north is down to 4, so that goes blue. And the other one will stay 5. It's crazy. And at that point, those two are further along, much further along, although the 5's a bit further back and closer in there. The one that was a 1 is still going there as well. Pretty much in the same place. Its direction is uncertain, it would appear. Looks like it's going in between the directions of the other two now. Right, the 13 then. Used to be a legendary storm. It is still going fairly strong, and actually... Well, first of all, I don't know if it might have split here. But it's actually doing well. It's back to being stronger again. Blimey. So I'd say that one's back up to 20, although I'm not sure if it's 2 separate ones now. And as you can see, that's going a completely different way to all of the others. But once again, it has a massive area around it. That's a poor drawing. I'll fix it. So, not as much on the top side. Something like that. No, much more narrow over there. So yeah, something like that is what that 20 currently looks like. As you can see, 2 pink then now, 5 red and 3 blue as we approach midnight. On Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. Any further questions at this point, please send them in if you have any, or observations. Lots of comments actually. Any more heading towards Gosport? Yeah, it's possible. Look at the 4 and the 5 out in the English Channel. But after that, that's your lot for Gosport and all points east of there, really. Where is the lightning and thunder coming from? If I can see it in Southampton, and is it heading this way? Yes. Well, yes. The one that's moving over the western part of the Isle of Wight and near Lymington right now, that will reach Southampton quite easily, especially if you're on the western side of town. And that will probably get to you within 20 minutes. Yeah, within 20 minutes, quite comfortably. Alright, the 10 that's near Chippenham now has really blown up, and I'm not sure what it's doing. Let's do another update on this one. It's just sort of swiveled eastwards, and is sort of moving this way now. Hold on, this way. Towards Swindon. In fact, maybe even further south than that. But it's grown big here. Trying to figure out what that is. Yep, that is up to 16. So that's gone pink again. And when we colour them pink, when it's 15 strikes per minute or higher, that has the potential to be a violent storm. And then you have the 7 below it. It won't be a 7 anymore, it's weaker now, so that's good news. That's down to a 4, so that's turning blue. And that one is right over a place called Shrewton. And that's moved up there a little bit. I can't get the 4. Yep, so it's moved up over there a little bit more as of midnight. So what's happened to that 25 that's moving overland right now? Goodness gracious me. That's quite something. So it's a little bit more, probably about 28 now. And that's just moving in. Just east of Lyme Regis at midnight. That's pretty crazy. There it is. The 4 that we had further south, not far from the coast near Dartmouth and Brixham, that number appears to have actually stayed the same. Actually, it's still a 4. And I've just moved the map again. That's one of the don't do's if you're learning to do broadcasting, just to let you know. That's at midnight, still a 4, that's a blue. So that's a picture again at everything that's going on right now on our graphical depictions. 3 pink, 3 red, 4 blue. More comments there. Will South Yorkshire Doncaster be having some? They say it's raining there. Well, no, not from this. Although I think in Yorkshire there may be a chance for isolated thunderstorms during Monday. So look out for that. It's time to put a different tune on. Not sure what's going on with the 20 further east. I think it is slowly falling apart. But my goodness, that 28 that's moving overland right now, that's still growing. Just looking at it here. Yeah, that's even higher now. Yeah, that's a 30 now. And it's starting to move inland near Beaminster. That one's going to head towards Yeovil too. If you remember, that last one passed Yeovil at 21 just to the east. And this one might pass Yeovil just to the west. Why is it always Yeovil? I think that's the place to live. I'm sure that they always get a hit during these South Coast events. Oh boy, now there's another little outbreak once again near Swanage, just to the west of there. That's going to be a 3. So a 3 there, just west of Swanage over there. And to the east, that 5 earlier, I think that one is really winding down now. Although not fully, it's down to 3. But we can colour it blue, so it doesn't look so dramatic anymore. And the other one, which was a 5 moving through the Isle of Wight, is still quite comfortably a 5, possibly a 6 actually. Yep, that'll be a 6. Still moving towards the Southampton area. Won't take long. Now, further to the south, and actually, can you hear it in the background now? I think it started raining here. If you listen carefully. We've got rain here now at Force 13 HQ. We're in the northwest, so it's not going to be anything exciting. Just a bit of rain. The 4 and the 5 down there over the channel, it is still like that actually. They've been like that for ages. And they're just moving on up slowly. Oh, it feels like ages, but then I look at the timestamp and I realise that I only updated it 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, I guess that's normal. The one that was down there, that looks to have gone now. Now let's get our teeth into this 20, because it's looking a bit more like a mess now. It's got to be 2 separate cells, this. So the top cell is small now. It is a 2. Just copy that 4 template and move it on over. So this storm is on its last legs. A 2. And the other one to its east is stronger. Got all this stuck now. Let's just get all of that away. And it's going to be a 6 still. But yeah, much smaller than it was. You can definitely hear it raining just a little bit here. Right, so, well, this is interesting. Still loads of stuff everywhere. 2 pink, 3 red, 6 blue. Ah. Pagan Punk says it's so muggy over there in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. Yep, I'm sure it is. And it felt like that here for a while. Although now you can definitely hear that it's raining outside, so that's some relief for those who were feeling a bit too muggy. And thanks everyone for tuning in so far this evening to watch this journey with us. I mean, we'll be doing a lot more of this. Tomorrow, if there's thunderstorms anywhere near here, I'll probably be out in the field filming it on Force 13 UK. So, that's a good reason to subscribe if you haven't so far. So, let's see, there's 16 that's passing Chippenham right now. Well, that is still looking quite impressive. I'm not sure what to give it. Yeah, not as much actually. It is down to 12. So that's down from pink to red, which is good. That is just past it's over Chippenham actually, some of it. But the leading edge of it has moved on towards the northeast. The 4 that's behind it, that is still alive. Even smaller now, a 3. On the off chance there's any thunder in this rain shower that we're having, you'll hear it here first. I don't think it will produce anything remotely thunderous. Now, what about that 30 that was making landfall earlier? I imagine it will have gone down a little bit now. But not by much, it's still 25. And that's moving in, and that's headed right for Yeovil. How about that 4 behind it? That's still looking, yeah, it's looking fairly flaky now. That'll be down to a 2. Although its leading edge is much further up now. In fact, there's one strike that occurred very close to the coast there, near Dartmouth. What about the ones that were making landfall just before? The 3 that was near Poole and Bournemouth. Poole more than Bournemouth. And that has got bigger. That has got much bigger. Yep, that is turning red. That is a 6. So, still got action coming in thick and fast. Although, I do get the impression that it will be all over by around 2 o'clock. So that's moving right into Poole there. There's a 6. The 3 next to it. Oh, it's such a messy picture around here. That'll be a 1 now. But there might be something behind it. And that's going to be at least a 1. Probably a 2. So the 2 behind that is just ridiculous. And then you've got the 6 that was moving through Southampton, which really isn't actually anymore. That's weakened quite a bit. By how much? I think it's down to a 3. At most, I would say. So that's blue. But you'll still be hearing that thunder and lightning in Southampton. For the person who was asking earlier. There it goes at 1:15. Very messy. The 4 and the 5 that we've been watching most of the evening as well. I think those numbers are finally going to change. The further one is a 3 and the back one is way down to a 1. Hooray! So that's another red converted to blue. And they've moved up here, so that's... yeah, they're getting pretty close. But so much action in that small area right there, my gosh. Then you have the 2 and the 6, which once upon a time was a 95 strikes per minute storm. And it's in a sorry state now. It's a 1 and a 1. Barely anything left of that, and looks like, sorry Kent, but you're not going to get anything tonight, I don't think. Moving along a bit more there. As you can see, most of the action is further west. That 25 is still the highlight of the hour. You've got the 12 and the 3. Gee. Oh, that's changed quite a bit now. The 12, that's really weakening. Really weakening. That's down to 5. And it is actually about to reach Swindon. Just passing west. It's actually over Royal Wootton Bassett right now. So, very odd movements on this one. The 3 that was under it, that will be a 4. Don't really know where that's going. Alright, is the 25 weakening yet? Yes, it has slightly to 20. So, it's still going. And that's changed its mind as well. That's going further north now. It's not going to Yeovil. It's literally arriving in Crewkerne and Shard right now. So this will actually be the first storm to properly enter Somerset tonight. The 2 down there near Torquay is dead. So we are now starting to reduce our numbers. We've got 1 pink, 2 reds, and lots of blues. 8. That's quite a lot. Pulse 13 UK and Ireland live. If you've got any comments, questions, or observations, please let us know. Send your questions in. How far will the 20 go until it dies? Will it make it to the Midlands? No, it will not. Yeah, no, it's not going to make it out of the southwest. It's not going to make it even as far as Bristol. So that's that. And to be honest, when that dies down, I feel that the main part of today's event will be over. When that 20 dies down, so that 5 is going, that 6 will probably go soon. In fact, that 6 is due an update. Let's have a look now. Entering pool. I think that's still... that's going to be a 5 now. It hasn't really moved. So you see these numbers are all going down. There is lightning all over the place, but places in concentrations, not really. And that trend 20 really is going down now, I think. Because a lot of these flashes happened a while ago. Yeah, that's going way down. That's now down to 12. So that's going red. So I do feel that we're near the end of this event now. Or at least the main part of it. It doesn't mean that thunderstorms won't continue. It does mean that I'll probably end this coverage soon. The 2-1s, that supercell, it's dead. It's gone. So now you're exclusively looking at the area around Dorset and westernmost part of Hampshire, and in the case of the 12 into Somerset. Although of course you can't rule out some more flare-ups coming from the ones that still haven't reached land yet. Okay, so coverage continues on Force 13 UK and Ireland. Although Ireland hasn't seen a single flash tonight. The one near Swindon is really dying a death now. That is down to 2. 2! That was another legendary storm that we saw earlier. So that is nearly gone. The one further south, which is also not far from Swindon, near Marlborough and Hungerford. That is still a 4. So you're getting a decent show there, it would seem. The 12, what is it now? Watching this one like a hawk, as you know. That is still dropping like a rock. That's now down to 8. So it appears that we're not going to have a serious storm enter Somerset, because most of it still hasn't crossed over yet. Some of it has. The 5 that was moving in, again, that one will have lost some strength. Yep, that's down to a 3. It's all dying off, folks, right now, it would seem. But there's still a couple more areas that we need to watch. So just wait for that update when you see the ones that are still at sea down there. Maybe there's still 1 or 2 things that might happen unexpectedly. The one that was moving inland, that's still there. And a little bit more inland now. Just get all of that. There we go. And the 3 that was moving through Southampton, that appears to have just died after it hit Southampton. Still a 2, but I have a suspicion that it's not producing any flashes now. So that might be wiped off the screen shortly. But there's a 2 still approaching underneath. And there's a 3 there towards the Isle of Wight. That really hasn't moved either. That's just sort of sitting around. But we saw what happened when they reach the coast, and even a little bit after they move inland, they can still blow up. And very quickly. The one over here has sort of moved behind the 3. So there we have it. That's quite crazy still to look at. We've got 1 red and 8 blue. And we're going to make that 9 blue as well, because there's another one. Although I don't think it will be of consequence. That's down here off the French coast. That one there. And I know that the Met Office charts were indicating that there might be some severe weather west and northwest of London. Certainly in terms of lightning, we're not seeing anything of the sort there at all. So I don't know if there's heavy rain or what, but you know, I think that's not going to happen quite so much. This is all that's left. All the storms are really dying. The 8 now is down to a 5, so on the verge of all of them being blue. And like I mentioned, these numbers really are just showing strikes per minute, which is a crude indicator and not a particularly accurate one, but general rule of thumb can be useful as to how strong the storms are. Let's check the midnight forecast from the Met Office and see if we have any new information that we can look at. Now the Met Office is forecasting that the strong system that moved into Dorset just before is going to sustain itself until Bristol. But in front of us, we're not seeing that. It's all the way down to a 5 already. So I don't know about that. I don't think it will. I should also point out that there could be isolated flare-ups, and the Met Office is forecasting that there might be one that will strike, where exactly? Near Chichester at around 3 o'clock in the morning. So enjoy that. There could even be 1 or 2 strikes for South Wales in the early hours as well. After that, things still may get thundery during the day, especially if we have a few heating hours. As a matter of fact, if you look on the Met Office's website, I've got to show you this. I've got to show you this. How do I get it on my screen? Alright, this is quite hilarious. Where is it? There? Ah, that's where I live, by the way. Lee, not Leon C. but another one. And look at all the thunderstorm icons. That's quite hilarious. That's for 1 PM on Monday. That's a lot of thunderstorm icons. Where on earth am I going to chase? Well, we'll see how that goes. Will they all be thundery? I don't know. The 5 isn't dying off completely. It is producing some more thunderstorms. And there's been a rogue lightning strike near Tiverton over in Devon. How curious. I'm just looking out very closely to see if there's areas that are blowing up. There's a few that are trying. I don't know. The 5 is no longer a 5. It's a 4. But that is enough to knock it down into blue. So we now have no reds active. And that's at midnight on what is now Monday morning. All blue. But it still means there's some interesting thunderstorms out there, just none of the massive ones anymore. And I think at that point we can mark this event, main event, as being over. Considering that I've been in this chair for 6.5 hours and speaking for 5.5 of those hours, I think we're going to call it a night here at Force 13 HQ. It's been a pleasure doing this, and a pleasure having some amount of interest from people viewing. And I'm happy to do it again in future. But I think that tomorrow is going to be spent being out in the field, and I'll bring my cameras, and you'll be able to see from my dashboard any thunderstorms that I'll be chasing down during the day on Monday. But from here at Force 13 HQ, we're going to conclude our coverage now that all of the severe storms have died out, it would appear. There could still be one or two that decide to surprise you in the middle of the night on the south coast. That can sometimes happen. But from myself, Nathan Foy, and from the 2 people we had on our team earlier throughout the evening, it's been a pleasure, and we'll be back. I'll be back again tomorrow on the UK channel. Subscribe to us if you haven't already, and if you'd like to join our team, we'd love to have you on board. We are actively looking to grow and to become better and do more stuff. But until then, hope you have a good night. I think it's time that we all went to bed at this point, and don't do anything silly out there. These things can still at times be dangerous. Good night.